I am 27 years old now, and I live in a modern apartment building with concrete walls and double-pane glass windows that block out the sounds of the city. It is a safe place by any standard, but I still find myself sleeping with the lights on more often than I care to admit. People tell you that time heals all wounds, but they do not tell you that time also sharpens the memory of things that should not have happened. Looking back at that summer 10 years ago, I can see every mistake I made with the clarity of a person watching a slow-motion car crash. I was 19 years old, and I thought I was invincible because that is what 19-year-olds do. I had just taken a job as a caretaker for an old estate in the rural outskirts of the Pacific Northwest. The property was owned by a family that lived in Europe, and they only needed someone to stay in the guest cottage to make sure the pipes did not freeze and the local teenagers did not break in to spray paint the walls. It sounded like the perfect deal for a college student who wanted to save money and study in peace. The cottage was a small structure built in the late 1920s with dark wood siding and thick plaster walls. It sat about 200 yards away from the main house, surrounded by ancient cedar trees that seemed to lean in toward the roof, as if they were trying to listen to what was happening inside. The first few weeks were uneventful and quiet. I spent my days hiking the trails and my evenings reading by the light of a single floor lamp in the living room. The isolation was something I thought I enjoyed until the silence began to feel heavy. There is a specific kind of quiet that exists in the deep woods where the lack of sound becomes a sound in itself. It is a low humming vibration that settles in your ears and makes you hyper-aware of your own heartbeat. I started to notice small things that felt slightly off. I would leave a door open and find it closed when I returned from the kitchen. I would hear the floorboards creak in the hallway when I was sitting perfectly still on the sofa. I told myself it was just the house settling because old buildings are known for their groans and sighs. I convinced myself that the temperature changes between the hot days and the cool nights were causing the wood to expand and contract. It was a logical explanation, and I clung to it like a life raft. On a Tuesday night in late July, the heat was stifling and the air felt thick enough to swallow. I had the windows open, but there was no breeze. I was sitting at the small kitchen table drinking a glass of water and trying to focus on a textbook when I heard it for the first time. It was not a creak or a groan. It was a rhythmic sound. 3 distinct strikes against a hard surface. Thump. Wall shared by the kitchen and the small pantry. I froze with the glass halfway to my mouth. I waited for a few minutes, but the sound did not repeat. I decided it must have been a branch hitting the exterior of the cottage, or perhaps a bird that had become confused by the porch light. I went back to my reading, but the feeling of being watched started to crawl up my spine. It is a primal sensation that humans have retained from our ancestors. It is the feeling of being prey. I finished my water and stood up to go to bed. As soon as my feet hit the hardwood floor, the sound returned. This time it was louder and more deliberate. It was coming from inside the wall. It was not the sound of something hitting the outside of the house. It was the sound of something trapped between the studs of the frame. Thump, thump, thump. It was slow and heavy, as if whatever was making the noise was using a lot of force. I walked over to the pantry wall and placed my palm against the cool plaster. I could feel the vibration of the strikes in my bones. It felt like someone was taking a wooden mallet and hitting the back side of the wall right where my hand was resting. I pulled my hand away as if the wall had suddenly turned red hot. My heart was racing, and I could feel the sweat beginning to pool at the base of my neck. I told myself it had to be an animal. A raccoon or a large squirrel could have climbed into the attic and worked its way down into the wall cavity. I had seen it happen in my childhood home. Animals can be incredibly loud when they are trapped and panicked. I took a deep breath and tried to steady my breathing. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the counter and stepped outside to check the exterior of the cottage. The moon was a thin sliver in the sky, and the darkness beyond the reach of the porch light was absolute. I walked around the perimeter of the building and shone the beam of light along the foundation and the roofline. I was looking for a hole or a gap in the siding where an animal could have entered. I found nothing. The wood was solid, and the vents were all covered with thick wire mesh. There was no way a large animal could have gotten inside the structure of the walls. When I went back inside, the cottage was silent again. I locked the door and shoved a chair under the handle because the logic of my brain was starting to lose the battle against my fear. I went to the bedroom and lay down on top of the covers with the flashlight resting next to me. I did not turn off the light. I watched the shadows on the ceiling and listened to the wind pick up outside. Just as I was starting to drift into a light sleep, the knocking started again. This time it was not in the kitchen. It was in the wall directly behind my headboard. Thump, thump, thump. It was so close that I could hear the grit of the plaster shifting behind the wallpaper. It was not a random scratching of an animal. It was the sound of a fist, a human fist hitting the wood with a steady and terrifying rhythm. I sat up and pressed my back against the opposite wall of the room. I was staring at the space where the sound had come from, and that was when I saw the wallpaper move. A small section of the floral pattern bulged outward for a fraction of a second, as if something was pushing against it from the other side. My mind tried to find a reason for what I was seeing, but there was no reason left. Something was inside the wall, and it was trying to get out. I stayed awake until the sun began to peek over the horizon. The knocking had stopped around 3 o'clock in the morning, but the silence that followed was even worse. It felt expectant. It felt like something was waiting for me to lower my guard. When it was finally light enough to see clearly, I packed a small bag with my essentials. I told myself I was just going into town to get some supplies and clear my head, but deep down I knew I was looking for an excuse to leave. As I walked through the kitchen to get my car keys, I noticed something on the floor by the pantry. There were small flakes of white plaster scattered across the dark wood. I looked up at the wall and saw a hairline crack that had not been there the day before. The crack was in the shape of a jagged circle right at chest height. I did not stop to investigate. I ran to my car and drove away as fast as the gravel road would allow. I spent the day in a coffee shop in the nearest town, which was about 20 miles away. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting. I told myself that the house was old and the foundation might be shifting, which could cause cracks and strange noises. I even went to the local library and looked up the history of the estate. The records showed that the main house had been built by a wealthy timber magnate, but the cottage was an addition built later for his staff. There were no stories of hauntings or disappearances. It was just a normal piece of property with a long history of mundane ownership. By the time the sun started to set, I felt foolish. I was a grown man who had been scared away by a few bumps in the night. I decided I would go back and stay one more night. If the noises continued, I would call the property manager in the morning and tell them the house had a pest problem. The drive back to the estate felt longer than usual. The shadows of the trees stretched across the road like long skeletal fingers. When I pulled up to the cottage, the building looked peaceful in the twilight. I walked inside and the air felt cold despite the summer heat. I did not turn on the television or try to read. I sat in the living room with my flashlight in my lap and waited. For 3 hours there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing. I started to relax and I thought about going to bed. Then I heard a sound that was different from the knocking. It was a sliding sound. It sounded like something heavy being dragged across wood. It was coming from the ceiling this time. I looked up and saw the trapdoor to the attic space. The wooden panel was vibrating. I stood up and backed away toward the front door. The sliding stopped, and then there was a single loud bang that echoed through the entire house. It sounded like a heavy weight had been dropped directly onto the floor of the attic. I realized then that I had made a terrible mistake in coming back. The isolation that I had once found peaceful now felt like a trap. The nearest neighbor was miles away and my cell phone signal was down to a single bar that kept disappearing. I reached for the door handle, but before I could turn it, the knocking began again. It was not just in one place this time. It was coming from every wall at once. Thump, thump, thump. The sound surrounded me and it was picking up speed. It was no longer a slow rhythm. It was a frantic pounding, like a dozen hands were trying to break through the plaster. I could see the walls shaking and more cracks were appearing in the white surface. I felt a cold wave of terror wash over me because the knocking was moving. It was following the perimeter of the room and closing in on the corner where I was standing. I scrambled back and tripped over the coffee table, which sent my flashlight rolling across the floor. The beam of light hit the baseboard and illuminated something that made my blood turn to ice. A small pale finger was poking through a hole in the wood near the floor. It was thin and gray, and it was wiggling as if it was searching for something to grab. It was not an animal. It was a human finger, but it looked wrong. The skin was translucent and the nail was jagged and yellow. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed my keys from the table. The pounding on the walls reached a deafening volume and I heard the sound of wood splintering. I did not look back. I threw myself against the front door and burst out into the night air. I did not stop until I was inside my car with the doors locked and the engine running. As I backed out of the driveway, my headlights swept across the front of the cottage. For a split second, I saw a face in the window. It was pressed against the glass and it was so pale it almost looked like a mask. The eyes were wide and dark and the mouth was open in a silent scream. I shifted the car into drive and floored it. I did not slow down until I reached the main highway and saw the lights of other cars. I never went back to that cottage. I called the owners the next day and told them I had a family emergency and had to leave immediately. I did not tell them about the knocking or the finger or the face in the window. I knew they would not believe me, and I did not want to hear them try to explain it away. Even now, when I hear a sudden noise in my apartment, I find myself looking at the walls and waiting for the knocking to start again. I know that some things are meant to stay hidden, and some doors should never be opened. The memory of that gray finger wiggling through the baseboard is a reminder that the world is much stranger and more dangerous than we like to believe. I am safe now, but I will never forget the sound of something trying to get out of a space where nothing should have been able to live. The memory of that summer did not end with the drive away from the estate. It was only the beginning of a long and sleepless transition into a life defined by caution. I spent the next few months staying in a cheap motel near the university campus. The room was small and smelled of stale tobacco and industrial cleaner, but it was made of solid brick and mortar. There were no hollow walls and no attic spaces for things to hide in. I would sit on the edge of the bed for hours and watch the light from the neon sign outside flicker across the ceiling. I found myself obsessing over the details of what I had seen. I tried to convince myself that the exhaustion and the heat had caused me to hallucinate, but the image of that gray finger was burned into the back of my eyelids. It had been too real. The way the skin had pulled tight over the knuckle, and the way the jagged nail had scraped against the floorboards was not something a tired mind could invent with such precision. I did not receive a call back from the property owners for several weeks. When the phone finally rang, it was a man named Mr. Henderson who identified himself as the local lawyer for the family in Europe. His voice was dry and professional, but I could hear a note of irritation in his tone. He asked me why I had abandoned my post without giving proper notice. I told him again that there had been a family emergency, but he did not seem to care about my personal life. He informed me that when the cleaning crew arrived to prepare the cottage for the next season, they found the interior in a state of significant disarray. He accused me of being careless with the property. I asked him what kind of disarray he meant. He paused for a moment and then told me that several of the interior walls had been damaged from the inside. He said it looked as if someone had taken a heavy tool to the plaster in the pantry and the bedroom. I felt a cold shiver run down my arms as he spoke. I wanted to tell him that I had seen the walls move on their own, but I knew how insane that would sound. Instead, I asked him if the cleaning crew had found any signs of an intruder or perhaps an animal nesting in the crawl spaces. Mr. Henderson laughed a short and humorless sound. He told me that the only thing they found was a collection of odd items tucked into the insulation between the studs. He described small bundles of hair tied with twine and pieces of old clothing that looked like they had been shredded by hand. He said it was likely that some local teenagers had found a way into the crawl space years ago, and left their trash behind. I thanked him for the information and hung up the phone. I knew then that the history of that cottage was far more complicated than the public records had suggested. I began to spend my free time in the university archives looking for anything related to the original timber magnate and the construction of the estate. I discovered that the man who built the house was named Elias Thorne. He had been a recluse who made his fortune by clear-cutting the very forests that now surrounded the property. There were rumors in the old newspapers that Thorne had a daughter who suffered from a mysterious illness. The articles were vague and used the polite language of the early 20th century to describe a child who was not fit for society. Some of the local gossip columns suggested that she had died young, but there were no records of a funeral or a burial on the property. I found a single photograph of the Thorne family standing in front of the main house. Elias looked stern and imposing in his dark suit, but his wife looked terrified. She was staring at the camera with wide eyes, and her hands were clenched tightly at her sides. There was no child in the photo. As I dug deeper, I found a set of architectural blueprints for the cottage. It was a simple structure on the surface, but the drawings showed a series of narrow voids between the rooms that served no structural purpose. These were not just utility chases for pipes or wires. They were gaps wide enough for a person to move through. The blueprints labeled these spaces as dead air zones intended for insulation, but the layout was intentional and convoluted. It was as if the cottage had been designed to have a second house hidden within its walls. I realized that the knocking I had heard was not coming from a single entity moving through the vents. It was coming from someone who knew the secret pathways of the building. The realization brought a new wave of fear that I could not shake. If someone had been living in those walls, they had been watching me the entire time. They had watched me eat and sleep and read. They had waited until the heat of the summer made me vulnerable, and then they had started to communicate. I thought about the gray finger and the face in the window. If that was the daughter of Elias Thorne, she would have been over 80 years old by the time I arrived. But the finger had looked small, like that of a child or a person whose growth had been stunted by a life spent in the dark. The thought of a human being living for decades in the shadows of a cottage was more horrifying than any ghost story. It meant that the sounds I heard were not supernatural. They were the sounds of a desperate and hidden life. I tried to move on with my studies, but my grades began to slip. I could not focus on the present when the past was still screaming in my ears. I started to have recurring dreams about being trapped in a small, dark space where the walls were closing in. I would wake up gasping for air and clutching my chest. I eventually moved into a modern apartment building, specifically because it was made of poured concrete. I needed to know that there was no space behind the walls for anything to breathe. I needed the certainty of solid stone. My friends thought I was being eccentric, or that I had developed a late-onset phobia of old houses. I did not try to explain it to them. Unless you have felt the vibration of a fist hitting the wall inches from your head, you cannot understand the need for a fortress. One evening about a year after I left the cottage, I was sitting in a park in the city. It was a beautiful autumn day, and the leaves were turning shades of gold and crimson. I was watching a group of children play near a fountain when I saw an old woman sitting on a nearby bench. She was dressed in a tattered coat, and her hair was a wild tangle of silver. She was staring at me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. I looked away, but I could feel her gaze. After a few minutes, she stood up and walked toward me. Her gait was uneven, and she leaned heavily on a wooden cane. When she reached my bench, she did not sit down. She simply leaned in close and whispered a single sentence that turned my world upside down. She asked me if I still heard the tapping in the dark. I froze. I had never seen this woman before in my life. I asked her who she was and how she knew about the tapping. She smiled, and I saw that her teeth were yellowed and broken. She told me that she had lived in the town near the estate for 50 years. She said that everyone in the valley knew about the Thorne girl. They called her the Echo because she never spoke, but she always repeated the sound she heard from the other side of the plaster. The woman told me that the girl had not died of an illness. She had been born with a face that her father could not bear to look at, and so he had built a world for her where she would never be seen. He had raised her in the walls of the cottage and fed her through a small slot in the pantry. When Elias died, the property was sold to the family in Europe who never visited, and the girl was left to fend for herself in the silence of the woods. I asked the woman if the girl was still there. She shrugged her shoulders and looked toward the horizon. She said that some things do not know how to die because they have never truly lived. She told me that the girl had become a part of the house itself. She was the creak in the floor and the groan in the attic. She was the shadow that moved when the lights went out. The woman then turned and walked away without another word. I watched her disappear into the crowd of people, and I felt a profound sense of sadness. The horror I had felt was replaced by a heavy weight of guilt. I had been terrified of a person who was a victim of a cruel and selfish man. I had run away from a cry for help. But that guilt did not last long. It was replaced by a new kind of fear. If the woman was right and the girl was still there then, who was paying the taxes on the property and who was making sure the pipes did not freeze? The lawyer had mentioned a cleaning crew, but he had never mentioned finding a person. If a woman had been living in the walls for decades, there would have been signs of a life. There would have been food and waste and the smell of a living body. But I had only smelled the old wood and the dust of the forest. The items found by the cleaning crew were strange, but they were not the tools of survival. They were the relics of a haunting. I decided that I needed to see the cottage one last time. I needed to know if I had been scared of a monster or a ghost or a broken human being. I drove back to the rural outskirts of the city on a Saturday morning. The weather was gray and a fine mist was falling from the sky. As I approached the estate, I noticed that the gates were locked with a heavy chain, and a brand new sign had been posted on the fence. It was a notice of demolition. The property had been sold to a developer who planned to clear the land and build a series of modern luxury homes. The main house was already being stripped of its windows, and the cottage was scheduled to be torn down the following Monday. I parked my car on the shoulder of the road and climbed over the fence. I walked through the overgrown grass toward the cottage. It looked smaller than I remembered. The dark wood siding was peeling, and the cedar trees seemed to have grown even closer to the roof. I walked up to the front door and found that it had been boarded up with thick sheets of plywood. I moved around to the side of the house and looked for the window where I had seen the face. It was also covered with wood, but the plywood had been pulled back at one corner. I peered through the gap into the darkened interior. The air that drifted out of the house was freezing. It smelled of damp earth and something sweet like rotting flowers. I could see the kitchen table where I had sat and the pantry door that had been the source of the first knocking. The walls were covered in the cracks that Mr. Henderson had described. They looked like spider webs spreading across the plaster. I stood there for a long time listening for any sign of life. There was no tapping and no sliding sounds. The house felt empty in a way that was final. I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Whatever had been there was gone. Just as I was about to turn away, I heard a soft sound from the woods behind the cottage. It was the sound of a dry branch snapping. I turned my head and saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was small and dressed in rags that blended into the gray bark of the trees. The figure did not move. It just stood there watching me. I could not see the face clearly because of the mist, but I knew it was the same person I had seen in the window. The eyes were dark pits, and the skin was the color of old parchment. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at each other across the gap of years and fear. I did not feel the urge to run this time. I felt a strange connection to this creature that had survived in the dark. I raised my hand in a small gesture of peace. The figure tilted its head to the side, and then it did something that I will never forget. It raised its own hand and tapped 3 times against the trunk of a cedar tree. Thump! The figure turned and vanished into the deep shadows of the forest. I knew then that she was not a ghost and she was not a monster. She was simply a person who had found a way to exist in the spaces between the worlds we build for ourselves. I walked back to my car and drove home. I did not look back at the cottage. I knew that by the end of the week the building would be a pile of rubble, and the secret spaces would be filled with light and air. The developer would build his houses, and new families would move in with their children and their pets. They would never know about the girl in the walls or the man who had hidden her away. They would sleep soundly in their beds, and they would never listen for the knocking. But I would always know. I would always carry the sound of those 3 taps in my heart. Now I sit in my modern apartment and I look at the concrete walls. I am 27 years old and I am trying to build a life that is not defined by fear. I have started to turn off the lights when I sleep. I have started to trust the silence again. But every once in a while, when the wind is high and the building settles, I think I hear a faint sound coming from the hallway. It is a slow and deliberate tapping. I do not get up to investigate. I just close my eyes and listen to the rhythm. I know that the world is full of things we cannot explain and people we will never truly understand. I know that some stories do not have a beginning or an end. They just have a middle where we happen to be standing for a moment. I have realized that the fear I felt that summer was not just about the unknown. It was about the realization that we are all living in walls of our own making. We hide our true selves behind layers of plaster and paint, and we hope that no one ever hears the knocking. We are all trying to get out of the spaces that confine us. The girl in the cottage was just a more literal version of the human condition. She was the part of us that is trapped and lonely and desperate to be heard. I am no longer afraid of her. I am only afraid of the silence that follows when we stop trying to reach out to one another. I have not gone back to the rural outskirts of the Pacific Northwest. I have no desire to see the luxury homes or the manicured lawns that now stand where the Thorne estate used to be. I prefer to remember the cottage as it was a dark and mysterious place that held a secret older than the trees. I hope that the girl found a new place to hide, or perhaps she finally found a way to be free. I like to imagine her walking through the deep woods where the light never reaches the ground and the only sound is the heartbeat of the earth. I like to imagine her finally being able to breathe without the weight of the walls pressing against her chest. The sun is beginning to set over the city and the shadows are growing long in my living room. I reach over and turn on the floor lamp. The light is warm and steady. I pick up a book and begin to read. The apartment is quiet and the concrete is solid. I am safe. I am alone. But as I turn the page, I find myself pausing for a second. I listen to the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic. And for a moment, I think I hear a soft tapping against the window pane. I do not look up. I just smile and keep reading. The world is a strange place, and I am finally learning how to live in it. The transition from that terrified 19-year-old to the man I am today was not a straight line. There were years where I could not enter a room without checking the closets and the vents. There were relationships that ended because I could not explain why I needed the lights on or why I would suddenly freeze when I heard a noise in the kitchen. It took a long time to understand that the trauma was not just from the event itself, but from the isolation of it. No one else had seen what I saw. No one else had felt the vibration of that hand against the wall. It was a private horror that I had to carry by myself. But sharing the story, even just in my own mind, has helped. It has taken the power away from the memory. The girl in the walls is no longer a monster that haunts my dreams. She is a reminder that we must be careful with the lives we touch. Elias Thorne built a prison for his daughter because he was afraid of what the world would think. He chose his own reputation over her humanity. I chose to run away because I was afraid of the unknown. We both acted out of fear, and we both left a trail of damage in our wake. I cannot change the past, but I can change how I live in the present. I can choose to be open, and I can choose to listen when someone is trying to tell me their truth. The city is full of noise now, and the quiet of the woods feels like a lifetime ago. I sometimes miss the smell of the cedar trees and the way the mist would roll over the hills in the morning. I miss the simplicity of that summer before the knocking started. But I know that I can never go back to being that invincible 19-year-old. I have seen the cracks in the world, and I know how fragile our sense of security really is. I am older now, and I am wiser. I know that the things that go bump in the night are often just looking for a way to be seen, and I am no longer afraid to look. The shift in my perspective did not happen overnight. It was a slow and agonizing process of unlearning the instinct to hide from the dark. For years after I left the Thorn estate, I found myself scanning the ceilings of every building I entered. I looked for the seams in the drywall and the gaps in the floorboards. I studied the construction of my office and the homes of my relatives. I became an amateur expert on the anatomy of houses. I learned about balloon framing and how old structures often had continuous cavities that ran from the foundation to the roof. I understood now that the cottage was a masterpiece of hidden architecture, designed specifically to facilitate a life of concealment. It was a machine for hiding a human being. I spent many nights wondering about the logistics of her survival. If she was the daughter of Elias Thorn, she would have been an old woman, but the agility I witnessed suggested something else. Perhaps the woman in the park was wrong about the timeline, or perhaps the legend of the Thorn girl had become a catch-all for a series of unwanted people who had found refuge in those walls over the decades. I thought about the bundles of hair and the shredded clothing. Those were not the actions of a person living a structured life. They were the actions of someone who was nesting. They were the signs of a creature that had been stripped of its humanity and left to revert to a more primal state. The thought that a lineage of forgotten people might have inhabited that space was even more chilling than the idea of a single long-lived occupant. My career in the city eventually led me to a position in urban planning. I found a strange comfort in the order of the streets and the transparency of modern zoning. I worked to ensure that the spaces we built were open and accessible. I fought against the creation of dark corners and hidden alleys. My colleagues thought I was a champion of safety and light, but I knew that I was merely trying to build a world where nothing could hide from me. I was still reacting to the vibration of those 3 taps. I was still trying to outrun the shadow that had touched the glass of my bedroom window. Despite my efforts to move forward, the memory of the girl remained a fixed point in my mind. I began to collect stories from other people who had lived in isolated places. I listened to accounts of strange noises and missing items. I realized that the experience of being watched was far more common than I had ever imagined. There is a specific kind of silence that exists in the woods of the Pacific Northwest. It is a heavy and expectant silence that feels as though the trees are holding their breath. I had felt that same silence in the cottage. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of something that was waiting to be heard. I often think about the woman in the park and her description of the echo. The idea that someone could spend a lifetime repeating the sounds of others without ever finding their own voice is a profound tragedy. It made me look at my own life and the ways in which I was echoing the expectations of society. I was living in a concrete apartment and working a stable job because that was what was expected of a man of my age. I was following a blueprint that had been laid out for me long before I was born. In a way, I was also living in a set of walls. My walls were made of social norms and professional goals, but they were just as restrictive as the plaster and lath of the cottage. I decided to take a sabbatical from my job when I turned 30. The stress of the city and the weight of the past had become too much to bear. I needed to find a way to reconcile the man I was with the boy who had run away from the Thorn estate. I did not go back to the valley where the cottage had stood. Instead, I traveled to the rugged coast where the ocean met the cliffs. I rented a small cabin that was built on a solid rock foundation. There were no crawl spaces and no attics. It was a single room with large windows that looked out over the water. I spent my days walking along the shore and watching the tide come in and go out. The ocean had a way of scrubbing the mind clean. The constant roar of the waves drowned out the internal tapping that had plagued me for over a decade. I began to feel a sense of peace that I had not known since before that fateful summer. I realized that the girl in the walls was not my enemy. She was a witness to a history that I had only scratched the surface of. She was a survivor of a different kind of war. By fearing her, I had only continued the cycle of exclusion that her father had started. I had treated her as a monster because it was easier than treating her as a person who had been profoundly wronged. One afternoon, while I was sitting on the beach, I found a piece of driftwood that had been worn smooth by the salt in the sand. It was shaped like a human hand. I held it in my palms and felt the weight of it. It was cold and solid. I thought about the gray finger that had reached through the vent. I thought about the desperation that must have driven her to reach out to a stranger. She was not trying to scare me. She was trying to confirm that she was still real. She was looking for a reflection of herself in the eyes of another living soul. My terror had been a rejection of her existence. I took the piece of driftwood back to my cabin and placed it on the mantel. It became a symbol of my transition. I was no longer running from the shadows. I was learning to sit with them. I began to write down everything I remembered about the cottage. I wrote about the smell of the cedar and the way the light filtered through the trees. I wrote about the blueprints and the dead air zones. I wrote about the 3 taps and the figure in the mist. By putting the story on paper, I was finally able to move it from the center of my life to the periphery. I was taking control of the narrative. As the weeks passed, I found that I no longer needed the lights on to sleep. I grew accustomed to the natural sounds of the night. I listened to the wind whistling through the cracks in the rocks and the scurrying of small animals in the brush. These were the sounds of a world that was alive and indifferent to my presence. There was a great freedom in that indifference. I was not the center of a haunting. I was simply a guest in a landscape that was far older and more complex than I could ever comprehend. I eventually returned to the city, but I did not go back to my concrete apartment. I found a small house in an older neighborhood that had a garden and a porch. It was made of wood, and it had a basement and an attic. My friends were surprised by the change, but I told them that I was no longer afraid of the spaces between things. I spent my weekends fixing the house and painting the rooms in bright and warm colors. I made sure that every corner was filled with light. I planted flowers in the yard and invited my neighbors over for dinner. I was building a home that was open and inviting. I still think about the demolition of the Thorn cottage. I wonder if the workers found anything hidden deep within the structure when the walls finally came down. I wonder if they found small alcoves filled with treasures or tunnels that led into the earth. Or perhaps they found nothing at all. Perhaps the house had absorbed the life of the girl so completely that there was nothing left but dust and splinters. I hope that the destruction of the building provided a kind of release. I hope that the energy that had been trapped in those narrow voids was finally allowed to dissipate into the atmosphere. Sometimes in the quiet moments of the evening, I find myself tapping 3 times on the wooden frame of my front door. It is not a gesture of fear, but a gesture of remembrance. It is a way of saying that I hear the world and that I am here to listen. I have learned that the most important thing we can do is to acknowledge the presence of others, even if they are hidden from view. We are all searching for a way to connect, and we are all reaching through the vents of our own isolation. The story of the Thorn estate is a dark one, but it taught me the value of empathy. It taught me that horror often hides a deeper sorrow. It taught me that the things we fear the most are often the things that need our compassion the most. I am no longer the 19-year-old boy who fled into the night. I am a man who has looked into the dark and found a reflection of his own humanity. I am a man who knows that the tapping in the dark is not a threat but a call. I often wonder where the girl went after that final meeting in the woods. Did she find another abandoned place to call her own, or did she fade away like the mist that surrounded her? I like to think that she is still out there, moving through the forests of the north. I like to think that she is free from the walls and the rules of men like Elia's thorn. She is the spirit of the woods, and she is the echo of a history that cannot be erased by developers or demolition crews. She is a reminder that some things are meant to remain wild and unseen. My life is quiet now, and I am content. I have found a balance between the light and the shadow. I know that there will always be things I do not understand and noises I cannot explain, but I also know that I have the strength to face them. I have built a fortress not of concrete but of understanding. I am no longer a victim of the past. I am a participant in the present. And as I sit on my porch and watch the sun go down, I feel a deep sense of gratitude for the journey that brought me here. The world continues to turn and the seasons continue to change. The trees grow taller and the houses grow older. We are all just passing through the spaces that others have built for us. We are all just trying to find our way home. And sometimes, if we are lucky, we find someone who is willing to tap back. We find a connection that transcends the walls and the silence. We find a reason to keep moving forward even when the path is dark. I have finished my story now. It is a story of fear and guilt and eventually of peace. It is a story of a cottage in the woods and a girl who lived in the walls. It is a story that started with a knocking and ended with a gesture of grace. I do not know if anyone will ever read these words or if they will understand what I have been through. But it does not matter. The act of telling the story was the final step in my healing. I have released the memory into the world, and I am finally free. I stand up from my chair and walk to the window. The stars are beginning to appear in the sky, and the neighborhood is falling into a peaceful slumber. I look out at the trees that line the street, and I feel a cool breeze against my face. I am safe. I am whole. And for the first time in a very long time, I am not listening for the tapping. I am simply enjoying the silence. The world is a beautiful and mysterious place, and I am glad to be a part of it. I turn off the lamp and walk into the bedroom. I lie down and close my eyes. I am at peace. I am home. I know that the morning will bring a new light and a new day, and I am ready for whatever comes next. The shadows have no power over me anymore. I have found my own voice and I have found my own path. The echo has finally faded away, and all that is left is the truth. I am here and I am alive, and that is enough. The journey is complete and the walls are finally gone. I can breathe, I can rest, I can be. The end of the story is not a conclusion but a beginning. It is the start of a life that is no longer defined by the spaces in between. It is a life that is full and open and bright, and I am grateful for every moment of it. I drift off to sleep with a smile on my face and a heart that is light. The darkness is just a canvas for the stars, and the night is just a preparation for the dawn. I am at peace with the world, and I am at peace with myself. The tapping has stopped, and the silence is beautiful. It is the silence of a soul that has finally found its way out of the walls. It is the silence of freedom. It is the silence of home. The memory of that final silence in the cabin by the sea should have been the end of it. I had convinced myself that by writing the words and acknowledging the tragedy of the Thorne family, I had sealed the door to that chamber of my life. But the human mind is a complex machine, and the gears of trauma do not always stop turning just because we ask them to. As I settled into my new house with the garden and the porch, I found that the peace I had cultivated was a fragile thing. It was a thin veneer of order stretched over a deep and roiling well of unanswered questions. I had told myself that the girl was a spirit of the woods or a victim of a cruel father, but the physical reality of what I had experienced began to claw its way back to the surface. I started to spend my evenings in the local library and the historical archives of the city. I told myself it was for my work in urban planning, but I knew the truth. I was looking for the name Thorne. I wanted to find a record of a birth or a death that matched the timeline. I wanted to find a photograph of the girl before she became the creature in the vents. I needed to see a face that was not a blurred shape in the mist or a gray hand in the dark. I searched through census records from the early 20th century and property deeds that dated back to the founding of the valley. I found that Elias Thorne was a man who left very few footprints. He was a shadow in the ledgers of the town. He bought land through holding companies, and he paid his taxes in cash. He was a man who understood the value of being invisible. One rainy afternoon, I found a small mention in a newspaper from 1948. It was a short article about a fire on the outskirts of the Thorne estate. The report stated that a gardener had discovered a small outbuilding in flames, and that the local fire brigade had been unable to save it. There was a cryptic quote from a neighbor who claimed that the fire had started from within a locked room. The neighbor mentioned that Elias Thorne had refused to allow the firemen to inspect the ruins and had instead hired a private crew to clear the debris. There was no mention of a daughter or any other family members. The article was a dead end, but it confirmed one thing. Elias Thorne was hiding something even then. He was a man who guarded his secrets with fire and iron. The research became an obsession. I would sit in the dim light of the archives until the staff asked me to leave. I would trace the lines of old maps with my fingers, feeling for the gaps where the cottage should have been. I began to realize that the architecture of the cottage was not just a quirk of a paranoid man. It was a deliberate attempt to create a space that did not exist on any official plan. It was a pocket of non-existence. I thought about the way the girl had moved through the walls. She was not just hiding, she was inhabiting the void. She was the mistress of the empty spaces. I started to have the dreams again. In these dreams, I was back in the cottage, but the walls were made of glass. I could see her moving through the cavities like a bird in a cage. She was not a monster. She was a young woman in a tattered white dress, and her hair was a crown of dead leaves. She was looking for a way out, but every time she reached for a door, it would vanish. I would wake up with the sound of her frantic tapping ringing in my ears. I would sit up in bed and listen to the silence of my own house. I would check the corners of the ceiling and the seams of the floorboards. The old habits were returning, and I felt a sense of dread that I had failed to truly heal. I decided that I needed to see the land one last time. I needed to stand on the spot where the cottage had stood and see for myself that it was gone. I needed to prove to my subconscious that the prison had been destroyed. I packed a small bag and drove back toward the valley. The drive took several hours, and the scenery changed from the bustling city to the quiet sprawl of the suburbs, and finally to the dense and towering forests of the mountains. The air grew cooler, and the smell of damp earth and pine needles filled the car. It was a familiar scent that triggered a physical reaction in my chest. My heart began to race, and my palms grew slick against the steering wheel. When I reached the turnoff for the old estate, I found that the road had been paved. There were new signs for a luxury housing development called Thorne Heights. The irony was not lost on me. The land that had once been a site of isolation and secrets was now being marketed as a sanctuary for the wealthy. I drove past the stone pillars that had once marked the entrance to the driveway. They had been cleaned and polished, and a large gate now blocked the path. I parked my car on the shoulder of the road and stepped out into the cool air. The silence of the woods was just as heavy as I remembered it. I found a small trail that led into the trees. I followed it for a mile or so until I reached the edge of the clearing where the cottage had been. The site was unrecognizable. The trees had been cleared and the ground had been leveled. A massive modern house was under construction on the spot where the old building had stood. It was a structure of steel and glass with wide open spaces and soaring ceilings. There were no hidden corners and no dark attics. It was a monument to transparency. I stood at the edge of the property and watched the workers as they moved about the site. They were shouting and laughing, and the sound of their power tools echoed through the valley. I felt a strange sense of loss. The cottage was gone, and with it, the physical evidence of the girl. The world had moved on, and the history of the Thorne family was being buried under layers of concrete and luxury. I walked toward the perimeter of the construction site and looked down at the foundation. The earth had been churned up, and the old stones of the original basement had been hauled away. I looked for any sign of the vents or the crawl spaces, but there was nothing left. The machine of progress had ground the past into dust. As I turned to leave, I noticed something caught in the roots of a large cedar tree near the edge of the clearing. It was a small piece of metal half buried in the dirt. I knelt down and brushed away the soil. It was a brass key, rusted and pitted by years of exposure to the elements. It was heavy and ornate with a handle shaped like a rose. I held it in my hand and felt a sudden chill. This was not a key to a modern lock. This was a key to a door that had long since vanished. It was a relic of the Thorne era. I tucked the key into my pocket and walked back to my car. My mind was racing. I wondered what the key had opened. Was it a door to a hidden room or a chest filled with the secrets of a broken family? I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I was not just a survivor of a haunting. I was a custodian of a story that demanded to be told. I drove back to the city with the key resting against my leg, a constant reminder of the weight of the past. When I returned home, I placed the key next to the piece of driftwood on my mantle. The two objects sat side by side, representing the two halves of my experience. The wood was the natural world and the girl who had become a part of it. The key was the man-made world and the secrets that had kept her prisoner. I realized that my journey was not about moving on, but about integration. I needed to accept that the shadows were a part of me, and that the girl in the walls would always be a part of my history. I began to write again, but this time I did not write for myself. I began to draft a history of the Thorne estate. I reached out to local historians and genealogists. I spent hours in the basement of the county courthouse looking through dusty files and forgotten boxes. I found a death certificate for a woman named Clara Thorne who had died in 1972. The cause of death was listed as natural causes, but there was no record of a burial. I found a map of the estate that showed a series of underground tunnels that connected the main house to the cottage. These tunnels were not for transport, but for ventilation. They were the lungs of the house. I discovered that Elias Thorne had been a man obsessed with the idea of purity. He believed that the world was a corrupting influence, and he wanted to protect his daughter from the perceived filth of society. He had built the cottage as a laboratory for his theories. He had raised Clara in total isolation, providing her with everything she needed, but denying her the one thing that makes us human, the company of others. When he died, he left a will that mandated the cottage remain standing, and that a trust fund be established to maintain the property. The trust was managed by a law firm that had long since gone out of business. The more I learned, the more I realized that the girl I had seen was not Clara Thorne. Clara would have been an old woman by the time I arrived. The figure in the walls was someone else. Perhaps she was a descendant, or perhaps she was a stranger who had found the tunnels and made them her own. The identity of the girl did not matter as much as the fact of her existence. She was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. She had survived in a world of darkness and silence, and she had found a way to reach out. I decided to turn my research into a book. I wanted to tell the story of the Thorne estate not as a ghost story, but as a human story. I wanted to give a voice to the voiceless. I worked on the manuscript for 2 years, pouring everything I had into the pages. I wrote about the architecture of isolation and the psychology of fear. I wrote about the 3 taps and the gray hand. I wrote about the beauty of the woods and the terror of the unknown. When the book was finally published, it received a modest amount of attention. Some people saw it as a fascinating piece of local history, while others were drawn to the more gothic elements of the narrative. I received letters from people who had experienced similar things and who found comfort in my words. I realized that by sharing my story, I had created a community of sorts. We were the people who had seen the cracks in the world and who were no longer afraid to look into them. One evening, I was sitting on my porch watching the sunset when a car pulled up to the curb. A woman stepped out and walked toward my house. She was older, with silver hair and a kind face. She held a copy of my book in her hands. She introduced herself as the granddaughter of the gardener who had worked for Elias Thorne. She told me that her grandfather had kept a journal, and that he had written about the sounds he heard coming from the cottage long after Elias had passed away. She handed me a small leather-bound book. I opened it and began to read the cramped and faded handwriting. Her grandfather had written about the lights he saw in the windows at night and the small gifts he would leave on the porch. He wrote about a girl with eyes like a hawk who would watch him from the shadows of the trees. He called her the spirit of the Thorne Woods. He believed that she was a guardian of the land, and that she was there to ensure that the secrets of the estate remained buried. The journal confirmed what I had suspected. The girl was not a ghost. She was a living, breathing person who had found a way to exist outside the boundaries of society. She was a survivor. I thanked the woman for the journal and she smiled. She told me that her grandfather had always hoped that someone would tell the story. She said that she felt a sense of peace now that the truth was out in the open. As the woman drove away, I sat on the porch and looked at the journal. I felt a profound sense of closure. The mystery of the Thorne estate had been solved not with a grand revelation, but with a series of small and human moments. I realized that the girl was finally free, and in a way so was I. The walls that had surrounded my life had crumbled, and I was standing in the light. I walked inside and looked at the mantel. The piece of driftwood and the brass key were still there. They were no longer symbols of trauma, but symbols of a journey that had led me back to myself. I picked up the key and felt the weight of it one last time. I walked to the back of the garden and buried the key under a rose bush. It was time to let go of the physical remnants of the past. The story was told, and the memory was honored. I went back into the house and turned on the floor lamp. The light was warm and steady. I picked up a new book and began to read. The house was quiet and the air was still. I was safe and I was not alone. I had the memories of the woods and the lessons of the girl. I had the strength of a man who had faced his fears and emerged stronger. I turned the page and smiled. The world is a strange and beautiful place, and I am finally learning how to live in it. The transition from the terrified 19-year-old to the man I am today was not a straight line, but it was a path worth taking. I have learned that the things that go bump in the night are often just looking for a way to be seen, and I am no longer afraid to look. I am no longer afraid to listen. I am no longer afraid to be. The silence of the night is no longer a threat but a comfort. It is the sound of a world that is at peace, and in that peace I have found my home. I look at the clock on the wall. It is 10 o'clock in the evening. I stand up and walk to the kitchen to make a cup of tea. The kettle begins to whistle and the sound is bright and cheerful. I pour the water into a mug and watch the steam rise in the dim light. I think about the girl and I hope that she is also sitting somewhere warm and safe. I hope that she has found her own voice and her own path. I hope that she knows that she was seen and that she was heard. As I walk back to the living room, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the window. I see a man who is older and wiser. I see a man who has found his place in the world. I sit down in my chair and take a sip of the tea. The warmth spreads through my chest and I feel a deep sense of gratitude. The journey is complete and the walls are gone. I am free. I am whole. I am here. And that is more than enough. The end of the story is just the beginning of the rest of my life. And I am ready to live it with every breath I take. The shadows have faded and the light has returned. The world is open and I am no longer hiding. I am standing in the sun. The transition from the world of memory to the world of concrete reality was supposed to be final. I had buried the key and written the book. I had allowed the sunlight to bleach the stains of the past from my mind. Yet as the weeks followed the visit from the gardener's granddaughter, a new and unsettling sensation began to take root in the marrow of my bones. It was not a haunting in the traditional sense. There were no taps on the walls and no shadows moving across the ceiling. Instead, it was a heavy feeling of unfinished business that sat in the pit of my stomach like a cold stone. I found myself staring at the spot under the rose bush where I had buried the brass key. The earth there seemed darker than the surrounding soil, as if the metal was leaching some ancient ink into the ground. I began to realize that my research into the Thorne estate had been incomplete. I had focused on the girl and the father, but I had neglected the physical legacy they left behind. The house under construction at Thorne Heights was a modern shell, but the land beneath it was a labyrinth of history. I could not shake the image of the underground tunnels that the old maps had revealed. If those tunnels were the lungs of the house, as the record suggested then, they were also the veins through which the true story of the family flowed. I wondered if the construction crews had truly destroyed them, or if they had simply paved over the entrances and left the hollow spaces to fester in the dark. One Tuesday morning, I received a letter in the mail. It was not a standard envelope. It was a thick piece of parchment yellowed with age and smelling faintly of cedar and rot. There was no return address, and my name was written in a script that was so precise it looked like it had been engraved. Inside was a single photograph. It was a black and white image of a young woman sitting on a stone bench in a garden. Her face was clear, and her eyes were wide and filled with a strange mixture of intelligence and sorrow. It was the girl from my dreams, but she was older, and she was wearing a dress that looked like it belonged to the 19th century. On the back of the photo, a single sentence was written in the same precise hand. It said that the roots go deeper than the foundation. The arrival of the photograph shattered the piece I had worked so hard to build. I spent hours examining the image with a magnifying glass. I looked at the way the light hit her hair and the way her hands were folded in her lap. She looked like a prisoner who had accepted her fate, but who was still watching for a crack in the wall. I knew then that my book was not the end of the story. It was merely a preface. The girl in the photograph was not Clara Thorne, and she was not a spirit of the woods. She was a living link to a lineage of isolation that spanned generations. I returned to the archives with a new intensity. I moved beyond the census records and the property deeds. I began to look into the medical records of the valley from the late 1800s. I looked for mentions of private asylums and homebound patients. I found a series of entries in the ledger of a traveling physician named Dr. Aris Thorne. He was the grandfather of Elias, and he had been a man of science and superstition. His notes were filled with observations about the hereditary nature of silence. He believed that some families were born with a predisposition for the void, and that they required specialized environments to thrive. He wrote about a hidden chamber beneath the earth where the air was pure, and the distractions of the world could not reach. The pieces began to fall into place. The cottage was not just a house. It was the latest iteration of a sanctuary that had existed for over 100 years. The Thorne family had been cultivating a private world beneath the soil of the mountain. They had been breeding a line of people who were designed for the dark. This was why the girl moved so effortlessly through the walls. She was not a victim of her father alone. She was the product of a century of architectural and biological engineering. She was the apex of the Thorne experiment. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I sat in the library. The horror of the situation was not in the supernatural, but in the deliberate and calculated nature of the isolation. I thought about the brass key in my garden. It was not a key to a door. It was a key to a legacy. I needed to know if the experiment was still ongoing. I needed to know if there were others like her still living in the hollows of the earth. The modern house at Thorne Heights was not a sign of progress. It was a lid on a tomb that was still very much alive. I drove back to the valley that night. The moon was a sliver of silver in a sky of velvet black. I did not park on the shoulder of the road this time. I drove my car through the gate of Thorne Heights, which had been left open for the construction crews. The massive house of glass and steel stood like a ghost in the moonlight. The workers were gone, and the site was silent. I climbed out of the car and walked toward the perimeter of the foundation. The smell of fresh concrete and sawdust was thick in the air, but beneath it, I could detect the faint scent of damp earth and old leaves. I walked to the spot where I had seen the metal caught in the roots of the cedar tree. I knelt down and began to dig with my bare hands. I was not looking for the key. I was looking for the entrance to the tunnels. I dug until my fingernails were torn and my knuckles were bleeding. The earth was hard and packed with gravel, but I did not stop. I felt a frantic energy pulsing through my veins. I needed to see what was hidden beneath the luxury. After an hour of digging, my hand struck something cold and hard. It was not a stone. It was an iron plate bolted to a frame of reinforced concrete. I cleared away the dirt and revealed a heavy handle. I gripped it with both hands and pulled with every ounce of strength I possessed. The plate groaned and shifted, and then it swung open with a screech of rusted metal. A blast of cold, stale air rushed out of the opening. It was the breath of the mountain. I pulled a flashlight from my pocket and shone the beam into the dark. A set of stone steps led down into a narrow corridor. The walls were lined with the same gray stone as the original cottage basement. This was the original artery of the Thorne estate. I climbed down the steps and felt the temperature drop. The silence here was different from the silence of the woods. It was a heavy pressurized silence that pressed against my eardrums. I walked down the corridor and the beam of my light danced across the walls. I saw markings etched into the stone. They were not words but symbols that looked like the roots of a tree. They were the same patterns I had seen in the dust on the floor of the cottage. I realized that the girl had been communicating with the earth itself. She was not just inhabiting the void. She was part of the geography. As I moved deeper into the tunnel, I heard a sound. It was a faint rhythmic tapping. It was not coming from the walls. It was coming from ahead of me. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I wanted to turn back, but the curiosity was stronger than the fear. I followed the sound until the corridor opened into a large circular chamber. The ceiling was high and the floor was covered in a layer of fine white sand. In the center of the room sat a woman. She was not the girl from the cottage, and she was not the woman from the photograph. She was someone else entirely. She was young with hair that reached her waist, and she was wearing a simple tunic of rough linen. She was sitting on the floor and she was tapping a small stone against the wall of the chamber. She did not look up when I entered. She did not seem to notice the light of my flashlight. I stood at the edge of the chamber and watched her. She was not a monster and she was not a ghost. She was a person who had never known the sun. She was the continuation of the Thorne line. I realized then that Elia's Thorne had not been the end. The trust fund and the legal maneuvers were designed to ensure that the sanctuary remained inhabited. The modern house above was a shield to protect the secret below. The woman stopped tapping and turned her head toward me. Her eyes were pale and unfocused, but she seemed to be listening to my heartbeat. She opened her mouth and made a sound that was not a word. It was a low melodic hum that vibrated in the air. It was a song of the earth. I felt a sudden and overwhelming sense of grief. This was the tragedy of the Thorne family. They had traded their humanity for a hollow kind of immortality. They had become the spirits of the mountain at the cost of their souls. I backed away from the chamber and retreated into the corridor. I climbed the stone steps and emerged into the cool night air. I closed the iron plate and covered it with dirt and leaves. I stood in the shadow of the cedar tree and looked at the modern house. It was a beautiful lie. I realized that I could not tell this story. The world was not ready to hear the truth about the Thorne Heights. The girl in the cottage had been lucky. She had found a way out. But for the others, the walls were still thick, and the silence was still absolute. I drove back to the city in a daze. I did not go to my house. I drove to the park by the river and sat on a bench until the sun began to rise. I watched the light touch the water and the trees. I thought about the woman in the chamber and the song she had hummed. I realized that the peace I had found was a privilege. I was free because I had been allowed to leave. When I finally returned home, I did not look at the mantle. I went to my office and took the manuscript of my book from the shelf. I looked at the words I had written about the resilience of the human spirit. I realized that I had been wrong. The human spirit is not just resilient. It is also fragile, and it can be twisted into something unrecognizable if it is kept in the dark for too long. I took a match from the kitchen and walked out to the garden. I placed the manuscript in a metal bowl and struck the match. I watched the flames lick at the edges of the paper. I watched the story of the Thorne estate turn to ash. I was not deleting the history. I was protecting the secret. Some things are not meant to be seen by the light of the sun. Some stories are meant to remain in the walls. As the fire died down, I felt a sense of lightness. I had fulfilled my role as a custodian. I had seen the truth and I had chosen to walk away. I went back into the house and closed the door. I sat in the silence of my living room and listened to the sound of my own breathing. I was at peace with the world and I was at peace with the darkness. I knew that the girl was gone and that the woman in the chamber was where she belonged. I looked at the clock. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. The dawn had arrived and the night was over. I stood up and walked to the kitchen to make a fresh pot of coffee. The world was waking up and I was a part of it. I would live my life and I would keep the secret. I would be the man who had seen the cracks in the world and who had chosen to bridge them with silence. The story was over and the rest was just living. I was ready to begin. The morning light filtered through the kitchen window and cast long shadows across the tiles. I watched the steam rise from my coffee and realized that the silence of my home had changed. It was no longer a vacuum of isolation, but a deliberate choice. I had become a keeper of a quiet that stretched far beyond the walls of this house. The ash in the metal bowl outside was cold, and the wind was already beginning to scatter the remnants of my manuscript into the soil. I thought about the woman in the chamber and the way she had looked at the dark with eyes that did not need the sun. She was a ghost of a different kind, and her existence was a testament to a cruelty so ancient it felt like a law of nature. I spent the following days in a state of hyper-awareness. Every sound in the street and every rustle of the leaves in my garden felt like a message. I found myself walking to the edge of the property and looking toward the mountains where the Thorn estate sat like a crown of thorns upon the ridge. I knew that the construction would continue. The glass and steel would rise, and wealthy families would move into the new houses with their children and their dogs. They would play on the manicured lawns and swim in the pools, and they would never know that a few dozen feet beneath their feet a parallel world existed. They would never hear the rhythmic tapping of a stone against a wall, or the low melodic hum of a person who had been bred for the shadows. It was during this time that I began to notice a change in the atmosphere of the valley. The local newspapers started reporting on strange occurrences at the Thorn Heights construction site. Tools would go missing and equipment would fail for no apparent reason. One article mentioned a night watchman who had quit after claiming he heard a choir of voices singing from inside the foundation of the main house. The developers dismissed it as superstition or the wind whistling through the unfinished structures, but I knew better. The earth was reacting to the intrusion. The Thorn lineage was not just a family. It was a biological infestation that had merged with the land itself. I realized that my decision to burn the manuscript was only the first step in a much larger process of erasure. I could not simply forget what I had seen. I had to ensure that the bridge between the two worlds remained closed. I returned to the archives one final time, but I did not look for history. I looked for the future. I searched for the names of the investors and the architects who were behind the Thorn Heights project. I wanted to see if any of them carried the Thorn name, or if they were merely pawns in a legacy they did not understand. I found a name that made my blood run cold. The lead architect for the project was a man named Julian Thorn. He was a distant cousin of Elia's, and his firm was based in a city hundreds of miles away. I looked up his previous work and found a pattern of subterranean designs. He specialized in bunkers and private underground retreats for the elite. He was not just building houses. He was expanding the labyrinth. He was the one providing the technological means for the Thorn experiment to evolve. The glass houses were not shields. They were sensors designed to monitor the world above while the real life of the family continued in the deep. The weight of this knowledge was a physical burden. I felt as though I was walking through a dream where every person I met was a shadow. I went to the store and bought a map of the entire valley. I laid it out on my dining room table and began to mark the locations of the old mines and the natural caverns. I realized that the tunnels I had seen were not isolated. They were part of a vast network that honeycombed the entire region. The Thorn family had not just built a basement, they had claimed the underworld. I began to wonder if the girl I had helped was truly free. If she was the apex of their experiment, then why had she been allowed to leave? Perhaps her escape was not a failure of their system, but a part of it. Perhaps she was a scout sent out to see if the world above was ready for them. I thought about her hawk-like eyes and the way she moved through the woods. She was a predator in a world of prey. I felt a sudden chill as I realized that by helping her, I might have played a role in a plan that was far larger than I could imagine. I decided that I could not stay in the house any longer. The silence was no longer a comfort. It was a reminder of the secrets I was keeping. I packed a small bag and prepared to leave the valley. I did not have a destination in mind, but I knew I had to move. I had to put distance between myself and the mountain. I walked out to the garden and looked at the rose bush where I had buried the key. I considered digging it up, but I decided against it. Let the metal rot in the ground. Let the earth take back what it had given. As I drove out of the city, I passed the entrance to Thorn Heights. A large sign had been erected showing an artist rendering of the finished community. It looked like a paradise of light and modern design. There were images of happy people walking on paved paths and children playing in a park. It was a lie of such magnitude that it felt like a physical blow. I stepped on the gas and did not look back. I drove until the mountains were nothing but a purple smudge on the horizon. I found a small town near the coast and rented a room in a quiet inn. The sound of the ocean was a welcome change from the heavy silence of the woods. I spent my days walking on the beach and watching the waves crash against the shore. The salt air felt like it was cleaning my lungs. I began to sleep without dreams. I began to feel the tension leave my muscles. I was a man who had escaped a trap, and I was finally beginning to understand the value of the open sky. One evening, as I was sitting on a bench overlooking the water, I saw a woman walking along the shoreline. She was tall and slender, and she moved with a grace that seemed familiar. My heart skipped a beat as she turned her head. For a moment, I thought it was her. I thought the girl from the Thorn Woods had followed me to the sea. But as she drew closer, I saw that she was a stranger. Her eyes were blue, and they were filled with the light of the setting sun. She smiled at me as she passed, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. She was just a person. She was not a spirit or a guardian or a prisoner. She was part of the world I was trying to rejoin. I realized then that the Thorn family and their dark legacy only had power if I allowed them to occupy my mind. The secrets of the earth were vast and terrible, but the beauty of the surface was equally real. I had seen the darkness, but I did not have to live in it. I could choose to be a man who lived in the sun. I could choose to be a man who listened to the waves instead of the tapping in the walls. I stayed at the coast for a month. I did not write and I did not research. I simply existed. I learned the names of the birds and the patterns of the tides. I talked to the local fishermen and listened to their stories of the sea. Their mysteries were different. They were mysteries of scale and power, but they were not hidden. The ocean did not try to deceive. It was simply there, and it was honest in its vastness. One morning, I woke up and realized that I was ready to go back. Not to the valley and not to the house near the Thorn estate, but to my life. I had a small apartment in another city that I had been subletting, and I decided it was time to reclaim it. I wanted to be surrounded by the noise of traffic and the bustle of people. I wanted to be in a place where the history was written in the architecture of the streets and not in the hollows of the ground. I drove back toward the interior of the country, but I took a route that bypassed the valley entirely. I did not want to see the ridge or the glass houses. I did not want to see the sign for Thorn Heights. I focused on the road ahead and the way the landscape changed from the rugged mountains to the rolling hills of the plains. I felt like I was shedding a skin. I was becoming someone new, or perhaps I was finally becoming the person I was meant to be before I ever found that brass key in the woods. When I reached my apartment, I felt a sense of profound normalcy. The walls were thin, and I could hear my neighbor's television. The streetlights outside buzzed with a low electric hum. It was a world of modern inconveniences and mundane struggles, and I loved every bit of it. I unpacked my bag and put my clothes away. I sat on my small balcony and watched the people walking below. They were all carrying their own secrets and their own burdens, but they were doing it in the open. I thought about the journal I had read and the gardener who had tried to help the girl. He had been a good man and he had done what he could. I hoped that his granddaughter found the peace she was looking for. I hoped that the truth she had sought was enough to satisfy her. As for me, I knew that the truth was never a destination. It was a journey that sometimes led into the dark and sometimes led back into the light. I had survived the dark, and now I was choosing the light. The months turned into a year, and the memory of the Thorn estate began to fade. It did not disappear, but it lost its sharp edges. It became a story I had once known, a dream I had once had. I never saw the girl again, and I never heard from the architect Julian Thorne. The world moved on as it always does. The houses at Thorne Heights were finished and sold. The newspapers stopped reporting on the strange occurrences, and the valley became just another place on the map. I often think about the woman in the chamber. I wonder if she is still tapping her stone against the wall. I wonder if she is still singing her song to the earth. I hope that one day she too finds a way to the surface. I hope she finds a way to see the sun and feel the wind on her face. But I also know that some people are born for the silence, and that for them, the world above is the one that is terrifying. I have learned to respect the boundaries between the two. I am a man who has lived two lives. One was a life of fear and shadows, and the other is a life of clarity and purpose. I am no longer 19, and I am no longer the man who hid in the cottage. I am someone who knows the value of a closed door and the beauty of an open window. I am someone who knows that the most important stories are the ones we tell ourselves to keep the darkness at bay. The sun is setting over the city, and the sky is a brilliant shade of orange and gold. I stand at my window and look out at the horizon. I'm not looking for anything. I'm just watching the day end. I am safe. I am whole. I am here. The journey is not just completed, it is transcended. I have found my home not in a place, but in the quiet strength of my own heart. The world is a strange and beautiful place, and I am finally learning how to live in it. I pick up a book and sit in my favorite chair. The lamp is warm and the room is quiet. I turn the page and begin to read. The words are clear and the story is new. I am ready for whatever comes next. I am ready for the rest of my life. The shadows have faded and the light has returned. I am standing in the sun, and for the first time I am not afraid of my own reflection. I am exactly where I need to be. The end of the mystery is the beginning of the truth. And the truth is that I am free. I think back to the moment I buried the key. I realize now that it was not just a symbol of letting go. It was an act of faith. It was a statement that I no longer needed a key to unlock the past because I was finally living in the present. The Thorne estate was a prison, but the world is a garden. I have chosen to walk in the garden. I have chosen to breathe the air and see the light. I have chosen to be. The clock on the wall ticks away the seconds, and each one is a gift. I am grateful for the journey, and I am grateful for the lessons. I am grateful for the girl who showed me the way out, and I am grateful for the silence that taught me how to listen. I am a man of peace, and I am a man of the light. The story is told, and the memory is honored. I am ready to close the book. I am ready to sleep without fear. I am ready to wake up to a new day. The world is open, and I am no longer hiding. I am standing in the sun, and it is more than enough. It is everything. The transition from the coast back to the inland city was a slow process of shedding a heavy skin. I had thought that by moving away from the valley, I could leave the weight of the Thorne legacy behind me, but the mind does not work like a map. It carries the geography of its trauma across every border. I found a small apartment on the 4th floor of an old brick building where the radiator hissed and the windows rattled in their frames. It was loud and imperfect, and it was exactly what I needed. I spent the first few months immersing myself in the trivialities of urban existence. I worked as a freelance researcher for a local historical society, and I spent my evenings in a small cafe where no one knew my name. I was a ghost among the living, and for a long time that was enough. But the silence of the city was different from the silence of the woods. It was a layered thing composed of distant sirens and the low hum of electricity. One night as I sat at my desk, I found myself drawing the shape of the brass key on a piece of scrap paper. I had told myself that I was finished with the mystery, but the mystery was not finished with me. I realized that the sense of peace I had found at the coast was a fragile veneer. I had run away from the mountain, but I had not truly addressed the rot that I had discovered. The image of Julian Thorne and his underground designs haunted my sleep. I thought about the families moving into those glass houses and the children playing on the lawns. I thought about the woman in the chamber who was perhaps still tapping her stone against the wall. I began to realize that my silence was not just a shield for myself, but a shield for the architects of that subterranean nightmare. By keeping the secret, I was allowing the expansion to continue. I was a silent partner in the Thorn experiment. This realization was a slow poison that seeped into my daily life. I could not look at a construction site in the city without wondering what was being built beneath the foundation. I could not walk through a park without thinking about the tunnels that might be honeycombed under the grass. My hyper-awareness had returned, and this time it was sharpened by a sense of guilt. I had seen the face of the darkness, and I had chosen to look away. I decided to start a new file on my computer. I did not call it a manuscript. I called it a ledger. I began to record every detail I could remember from the journal of the gardener and the observations I had made at the estate. I wrote down the names of the investors I had found in the archives and the specific architectural details of the underground chambers. I spent hours at the public library tracing the lineage of the Thorn family back through the centuries. I found that they had always been a family of collectors. They collected land and they collected wealth, but they also collected people. There were gaps in the census records for the valley going back 200 years. Names would appear and then vanish without a death certificate or a record of relocation. It was a pattern of erasure that had been happening in plain sight for generations. I discovered that the Thorn family had donated large sums of money to local hospitals and orphanages. At first, it seemed like an act of charity, but the more I looked, the more I saw a sinister motive. They were not just donating money, they were gaining access. They were looking for the fragile and the forgotten. They were looking for the people who would not be missed if they suddenly disappeared into the shadows of the estate. The Thorn lineage was not just a biological infestation, it was a predatory system that fed on the margins of society. The girl I had seen in the cottage was likely the result of generations of this selective breeding. She was a creature designed for a world that did not exist in the light. One afternoon, I received a letter in the mail. It was a plain white envelope with no return address. Inside was a single photograph. It was a picture of the metal bowl in my garden back in the valley. The bowl was empty and the ashes had been swept away, but there was a single small object resting in the center of the metal. It was a brass key. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stared at the image. I had buried that key deep in the soil beneath a rose bush. Someone had dug it up. Someone had been watching me. The sense of safety I had built in the city evaporated in an instant. I was not a hidden observer. I was a marked man. I did not go back to my apartment that night. I took my laptop and a few essentials and checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of the city. I sat in the dim light of the room and stared at the photograph. The message was clear. I could burn my books and I could move across the country, but I could not escape the eyes of the Thorn family. They knew what I had seen and they knew where I was. The question was why they had not acted sooner. Why let me live in peace for a year only to send a reminder of their presence now? I realized that they were not afraid of me. They were playing with me. I was a part of their experiment, now a variable they were monitoring to see how I would react. I spent the next 3 days in a state of calculated paranoia. I changed motels every night, and I did not use my credit cards. I watched the people in the streets with a new intensity, looking for the telltale signs of the Thorn influence. I realized that I could not keep running. If they wanted to find me, they would. The only way to end the game was to stop being a player and start being a threat. I went back to my ledger and began to compile the information I had gathered into a coherent narrative. I did not write about the resilience of the human spirit this time. I wrote about the mechanics of a monster. I wrote about the tunnels and the chambers and the selective breeding. I wrote about Julian Thorn and the glass houses that were sensors for the deep. I knew that I could not go to the police or the newspapers. They would think I was insane. The Thorn family had spent centuries building a reputation of respectability and wealth. They were the pillars of the community, and I was a man with a history of isolation and a burnt manuscript. I needed a different kind of leverage. I remembered the girl. If she was truly the apex of their work, then she was their most valuable asset, and she was out there somewhere in the world. If I could find her, I might have a chance to expose the truth in a way that could not be ignored. But finding a ghost was a task that felt impossible. I returned to the city archives one last time wearing a hat and glasses to disguise my appearance. I was looking for any record of a girl matching her description in the year since I had left. I searched through hospital records and police reports and social service files. I found nothing until I stumbled upon a small article in a regional paper from a town 300 miles to the north. It was a story about a series of strange break-ins at a local butcher shop. The intruder did not take money or electronics. They took raw meat, and they did it with a surgical precision. The witnesses described a tall, slender figure who moved with incredible speed. One witness mentioned the eyes. They said the person had eyes like a hawk that seemed to glow in the dark. I knew it was her. She was surviving on the fringes of society just as her ancestors had done for centuries, but she was doing it in the open. She was a predator in a world of pavement and neon. I felt a strange mixture of fear and admiration. She had escaped the labyrinth, but she was still a creature of the shadows. I decided to travel to that town. I did not know what I would say to her, or if she would even recognize me, but I knew that our fates were tied together. We were the only two people who knew the full extent of the Thorn secret. The town was a quiet place nestled in the foothills of a different mountain range. It was a place of timber mills and cold rivers. I spent my days walking the streets and my nights watching the alleyways. I felt like a hunter, but I was the one who felt hunted. Every shadow seemed to hold a pair of golden eyes. I began to leave small offerings in the areas where the break-ins had occurred. I left pieces of fresh meat and small trinkets. I wanted to let her know that a friend was near. I wanted to see if she would approach me. On the fifth night, I was sitting in my car near the edge of a wooded park when I heard a soft tapping on the glass. I turned my head and my breath caught in my throat. She was standing there just inches away. She looked thinner than she had in the cottage, and her clothes were ragged, but her eyes were as sharp and bright as ever. I rolled down the window slowly, my hands trembling. She did not speak. She simply looked at me with an intensity that felt like it was searching my soul. I reached into the passenger seat and picked up the photograph of the brass key. I held it out to her. She took the photo and looked at it for a long time. Then she did something that surprised me. She tore the photo into tiny pieces and let them flutter to the ground. She looked at me and shook her head. It was a gesture of defiance. She was telling me that the key did not matter anymore. The past did not matter. She had moved beyond the walls and the tunnels, and she was not going back. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small stone. It was smooth and gray, and it looked like the stone the woman in the chamber had used to tap against the wall. She placed the stone on my dashboard, and then she was gone. She vanished into the trees before I could even say a word. I sat in the car for a long time staring at the stone. It was a gift and a warning. It was a piece of the darkness that she had carried with her, and now she was giving it to me. I realized then that she did not want to be saved. She did not want to expose the Thorn family or bring down the estate. She just wanted to exist. She was a new kind of human, and the world was her new hunting ground. My desire for justice and exposure was a human impulse that did not apply to her. She was beyond the reach of my ledgers and my archives. I drove back to the city the next day. I did not go back to the motels, and I did not hide. I went to my apartment and I took the ledger I had been working on. I walked out to the small balcony and I looked at the city below. I realized that the Thorn family was not a secret to be exposed. They were a part of the world just like the mountains and the sea. They were the shadow that gave the light its meaning. I took the ledger and I tore the pages one by one, letting them fall into the street below. I watched as the wind caught the paper and scattered my words into the traffic. I was no longer a custodian of the secret. I was a witness to a truth that was too large for words. The Thorn Heights would continue to grow, and the glass houses would continue to rise. The people would live their lives in the sun, and the family would live their lives in the dark. And somewhere in the woods, A girl with hawk eyes would move through the shadows free and untamed. I went back inside and picked up the gray stone from the dashboard. I placed it on my mantelpiece next to a small clock. It was a reminder of the two worlds and the thin line that separated them. I am a man who has seen the cracks in the world, and I have chosen to live in the space between. I do not fear the darkness anymore, and I do not seek the light with the same desperation. I am content to be a part of the mystery. The story is not over, but it has changed. It is no longer a story of horror or escape. It is a story of coexistence. I sat down in my chair and listened to the sounds of the city. I was at peace. I was ready to live. The morning light began to filter through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. I watched the dust motes dancing in the sun, and I knew that for now it was enough. The secret was safe not because it was hidden, but because it was understood. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in a year, I slept a deep and dreamless sleep. The peace I found in the waking world was a fragile thing, but it was mine to hold. I spent the following weeks observing the city through a lens of profound acceptance. I did not search for the shadows anymore because I knew they were woven into the fabric of the brick and mortar. The gray stone on my mantelpiece became a silent anchor. It was a piece of the deep earth that had survived the crushing weight of history, and now it sat in the warm glow of my living room. I spent my days working at the Historical Society, cataloging the mundane records of births and property deeds. It was quiet work that required a focus on the tangible. I liked the feel of the old parchment and the smell of the ink. It was a way to ground myself in a reality that was documented and public. However, the transition into a life of normalcy was not without its tremors. I found that I could not sit with my back to a door in a crowded room. I found that I still counted the exits in every building I entered. These were the lingering habits of a man who had spent too long as prey. I did not try to fight these impulses. I simply noted them and allowed them to exist. I was learning that healing was not the absence of fear, but the management of it. I was a survivor of a hidden war, and the scars were as much a part of me as my own name. The season began to turn, and the air grew crisp with the approach of autumn. The leaves in the city parks turned a deep crimson and gold, and the wind carried the scent of wood smoke from distant chimneys. It was a time of transition, and I felt a sense of anticipation building within me. I did not know what I was waiting for, but I knew that the story of the Thorne family was not yet finished with its influence on my life. The letter with the photograph of the key had been a signal, and although I had destroyed my ledger, the memory of that image remained burned into my mind. Someone was still watching, and someone was still waiting for me to make a move. I decided to take a walk one evening as the sun was dipping below the skyline. I found myself wandering toward the older part of the city where the streets were narrow and the buildings were crowded together like ancient teeth. This was where the history of the place was most visible. I walked past shops that sold old books and hardware stores that looked like they had not changed since the turn of the century. I felt a strange pull toward a particular alleyway that was draped in heavy shadow. I stopped at the entrance and looked into the darkness. There was nothing there but the sound of dripping water and the distant hum of traffic. I was about to turn away when I saw a flicker of movement near a stack of wooden crates. It was a small figure dressed in a dark coat. The person was moving with a deliberate slowness that felt out of place in the hurried pace of the city. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that the figure was watching me. I did not run. I stood my ground and waited. The person stepped out from the shadows, and I saw that it was an elderly man with a face that was a map of deep lines and weathered skin. He wore a cap pulled low over his eyes, and he carried a heavy cane made of dark wood. The man stopped a few feet away from me and looked me up and down. He did not speak at first. He simply leaned on his cane and breathed in the cool evening air. I felt a sense of recognition that I could not place. He looked like a man who belonged to the earth more than the city. He looked like someone who had spent his life working with his hands in the dirt. I thought of the gardener and the journal I had found in the cottage. I wondered if this man was a connection to that lost world. The man finally spoke, and his voice was a low rasp that sounded like dry leaves skittering across a pavement. He asked me if I was the one who had been asking questions in the archives. I did not lie. I told him that I was. He nodded slowly and gestured for me to follow him. We walked deeper into the alleyway until we reached a small door that was tucked away behind a rusted fire escape. The man produced a heavy iron key and unlocked the door. He stepped inside, and I followed him into a dimly lit room that smelled of dust and old paper. The room was filled from floor to ceiling with stacks of ledgers and maps. It was a private archive, a collection of secrets that had never seen the light of a public library. The man sat down in a worn leather chair and motioned for me to take a seat on a stool opposite him. He told me his name was Silas, and that he had been the record keeper for a group of families who had lived in the valley long before the Thorn family had arrived. He told me that the Thorn family was not the origin of the darkness, but rather its most recent and most aggressive manifestation. Silas spoke of a time when the mountains were considered sacred, and the tunnels beneath them were places of pilgrimage rather than imprisonment. He said that the earth had a pulse, and that there were those who knew how to listen to it. The Thorn family had taken that knowledge and twisted it for their own gain. They had turned a natural cycle of life and death into a parasitic system. He told me that the woman I had seen in the chamber was not a victim in the traditional sense. She was a vessel. She was being used to channel the energy of the deep earth into the foundations of the glass houses. I listened to his words with a mixture of horror and fascination. The mystery was expanding into something much older and more complex than I had imagined. Silas told me that the girl I had seen was the first of her kind to be born without the need for the connection to the earth. She was a mutation, a bridge between the two worlds. That was why she was so dangerous to the Thorn family. She represented a loss of control. She was a creature of the dark who could survive in the light, and she did not owe her existence to their rituals. I asked Silas why he was telling me this. He looked at me with his weary eyes and said that he was dying. He was the last of the old keepers, and he did not want the knowledge to die with him. He had seen me in the archives, and he had seen the way I looked at the maps. He knew that I was someone who had been touched by the shadow and survived. He handed me a small leather-bound book that was much older than the journal I had found in the cottage. He told me that this was the true history of the valley, and that it contained the locations of the other chambers that the Thorn family had not yet discovered. I took the book and felt its weight in my hands. It felt like a living thing. Silas told me that the Thorn family was searching for this book, and that my presence in the city had drawn their attention. The photograph of the key had been a test to see if I would run or if I would stay and fight. He said that by staying I had proven that I was ready to take on the burden of the truth. He warned me that the Thorn family would not stop until they had recovered the book and silenced anyone who knew its contents. I left the small room and stepped back into the cool night air. The city felt different now. The lights seemed dimmer and the shadows felt deeper. I held the book tightly against my chest. I knew that my life of quiet research and cafe evenings was over. I was no longer just a witness. I was a guardian. I walked back to my apartment with a new sense of purpose. I did not hide in the motels this time. I went home and I sat at my desk, and I began to read the words of the old keepers. The book was written in a language that was a mixture of Old English and symbols that I did not recognize. But as I turned the pages, I found that I could understand the meaning behind the words. It was as if the knowledge was already inside me waiting to be unlocked. I read about the great vein that ran beneath the mountains and how it was the source of all life in the valley. I read about the rituals that were used to keep the balance between the surface and the deep. And I read about the betrayal of the Thorn family, who had sought to harvest the vein for themselves. The Thorn family had built their estate directly over the heart of the vein. The glass houses were not just sensors, they were needles that were draining the energy of the earth to power their own longevity and wealth. The woman in the chamber was a captive who was being used to filter the raw power of the vein so that it could be consumed by the Thorn lineage. It was a system of cosmic theft that had been operating for 200 years. The girl with the hawk eyes was the unintended consequence of this theft. She was the Earth fighting back. I realized that the girl was not just a predator, she was a protector. She was hunting the agents of the Thorn family who were trying to expand their reach. The break-ins at the butcher shop were not just for food. She was marking her territory. She was letting them know that the surface was no longer safe for them. I felt a sudden surge of hope. I was not alone in this fight. I had an ally in the shadows, even if she did not know it. I spent the next few days translating the book and mapping the locations of the undiscovered chambers. I found that there were 3 other sites besides the Thorn estate. One was located beneath a derelict factory on the edge of the city. Another was under an old cemetery in the foothills. The third was in a location that was now a public park. The Thorn family had been hiding their operations in plain sight for generations. They had used the development of the region as a cover for their subterranean expansion. I knew that I could not destroy the chambers on my own. I needed to find a way to disrupt the flow of energy from the vein. The book described a method of sealing the chambers using a specific type of stone that was found only in the deepest parts of the mountain. I looked at the gray stone on my mantelpiece and realized that it was exactly what I needed. The girl had given me the key to stopping the Thorn experiment. She had given me a piece of the seal. I decided to start with the chamber beneath the factory. It was the closest and the most vulnerable. I gathered my tools and the gray stone and set out as the clock struck midnight. The factory was a hulking mass of rusted metal and broken glass. It stood as a monument to an era of industry that had long since passed. I found a way inside through a broken window and began to navigate the dark corridors. The air was thick with the smell of oil and decay. I could feel the low hum of electricity vibrating through the floor. I followed the sound of the hum until I reached a heavy iron door in the basement. It was locked with a modern electronic keypad. I did not have the code, but I had the knowledge from the book. I placed the gray stone against the keypad and closed my eyes. I focused on the pulse of the earth and the rhythm of the vein. I felt a surge of energy pass through my arm and into the stone. The keypad flickered and died, and the door swung open with a soft hiss. Inside was a chamber that was identical to the one I had seen at the Thorn estate. The walls were lined with glass panels, and the air was filled with the sound of a low, rhythmic tapping. In the center of the room was a pedestal with a glowing orb of light. I knew that this was the collection point for the energy from the vein. I stepped toward the pedestal and held the gray stone aloft. I could feel the power of the orb pulling at the stone. Suddenly, the lights in the chamber flared to a blinding intensity. I heard the sound of footsteps on the metal floor behind me. I turned to see a man dressed in a sharp gray suit. He was young with pale skin and eyes that were as cold as ice. He looked at me with a mixture of amusement and disdain. He told me that I was a fool to think that I could stop them. He said that the Thorn family was eternal and that I was nothing more than a temporary annoyance. He moved toward me with a speed that was unnatural. I held the stone tighter and called out to the earth. I did not use words. I used the feeling of the wind on the mountain and the sound of the river in the valley. I used the memory of the sun on my face. The chamber began to shake and the glass panels cracked. The orb of light flared and then shattered into 1,000 pieces. The man in the suit screamed as the energy of the vein recoiled back into the earth. The chamber was plunged into darkness. I felt a hand on my shoulder and a voice whispered in my ear. It was the girl. She told me to run. I did not hesitate. I scrambled out of the chamber and through the factory as the building began to collapse around me. I reached the street just as the ground gave way and the factory was swallowed by the earth. I stood in the middle of the road gasping for air as the dust settled. I looked around, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. I was alone in the quiet of the night. I reached into my pocket and felt the gray stone. It was cold and inert. Its work was done. I looked toward the horizon where the first light of dawn was beginning to break. I knew that this was only the beginning. There were 2 more chambers to find and the Thorn estate itself was still standing. but for the first time I felt that the darkness was receding. I was no longer a man hiding in a cottage. I was a man standing in the light, and I was ready for whatever came next. The truth was finally beginning to emerge, and the truth was that the earth was waking up. The walk back to my apartment was a blur of adrenaline and exhaustion. The city remained indifferent to the collapse of the factory, but I knew the balance had shifted. I climbed the stairs to my room and locked the door with a trembling hand. I did not turn on the lights. I sat in the darkness and waited for my heart to slow its frantic rhythm. The gray stone sat on the table before me. It looked like any other pebble found on a riverbank, but its weight felt different now. It was heavy with the silence of the deep earth and the memory of the light it had just extinguished. I realized that the Thorne family would not be mourning a building. They would be mourning the loss of a siphon. I had severed one of the veins, and the pressure in the rest of the system would be mounting. I opened the leather-bound book Silas had given me. I used a small flashlight to illuminate the pages because I did not want the glow of the ceiling lamp to announce my wakefulness to the street. The symbols seemed to pulse under the beam of light. I turned to the section concerning the cemetery in the foothills. This site was older than the factory and more integrated into the natural landscape. According to the records, it was the site of the first betrayal. The Thorne ancestors had buried their secrets under the guise of honoring the dead. They had built a network of tombs that were not designed to hold bodies, but to anchor the flow of the vein. I knew I could not wait for the next night to move. The man in the gray suit had been a sentinel, and his failure would be reported immediately. The Thorne family would be reinforcing their remaining sites. I packed a small bag with water and the few tools I had left. I placed the gray stone in a secure pocket close to my chest. Before I left, I looked at the small clock on the mantelpiece. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. The city was at its quietest, and the air was thick with a pre-dawn chill that seeped through my jacket. I drove toward the foothills in my old car. The engine made a low growl that felt dangerously loud in the empty streets. I watched the rearview mirror for headlights, but the road behind me remained a void of black asphalt. As I climbed higher into the hills, the city lights began to shrink into a shimmering carpet of gold and silver. The trees became denser, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine needles. I reached the gates of the cemetery, just as the sky began to turn a bruised shade of purple. The cemetery was a labyrinth of marble angels and granite obelisks. It felt like a city of the silent, and I felt like a trespasser in a world that had forgotten the sun. I followed the directions in the book. I counted the rows of graves and noted the symbols carved into the headstones. Most of the names were faded by time and weather, but I recognized the recurring motifs of the Thorne lineage. They had placed their markers like chess pieces across the landscape. I reached a large mausoleum at the highest point of the hill. It was a grand structure made of white stone that looked spectral in the dim light. The entrance was guarded by 2 statues of lions that seemed to be watching the path with sightless eyes. I felt a wave of cold air emanating from the stone. It was not the cold of winter, but the cold of a place that had never known warmth. I reached for the door and found that it was not locked. It swung open on silent hinges as if it had been waiting for me. I stepped inside, and the smell of ancient dust filled my lungs. The interior was a single large chamber, with a stone altar in the center. I did not see any electronic keypads here. This site was too old for modern technology. Instead, I saw a series of grooves carved into the floor that radiated out from the altar like the spokes of a wheel. I knelt down and touched the stone. It was vibrating with a low frequency that made the marrow in my bones ache. I heard a sound like a heavy breath, and I realized that the mausoleum was acting as a bellows for the earth. It was breathing in the life of the valley and exhaling the darkness of the Thorne family. I took the gray stone from my pocket and placed it on the altar. The vibration stopped instantly. The silence that followed was so absolute that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I waited for a reaction, but the room remained still. I began to wonder if I had made a mistake. Then I saw a faint glow beginning to emanate from the grooves in the floor. The light was a deep pulsing green like the heart of a forest. It flowed toward the altar and was absorbed by the gray stone. The stone began to grow warm. I could feel the heat radiating from it even though I was standing several feet away. The air in the room began to swirl and the dust motes danced in a frantic spiral. I heard a voice call my name. It was not a whisper this time, but a command. I looked toward the shadows at the back of the chamber and saw a woman standing there. She was tall and elegant with silver hair that cascaded down her back like a frozen waterfall. She wore a dress of dark velvet that seemed to swallow the light. She told me that I was interfering with a process I did not understand. She said that the Thorn family was not stealing from the earth, but managing it. She claimed that without their intervention, the energy of the vein would become unstable and destroy everything in the valley. She spoke with a calm authority that was almost convincing. She stepped into the light, and I saw the same cold eyes that the man in the suit had possessed. She was a Thorn, and she was the architect of this monument to greed. I told her that the earth did not need a master. I told her that I had seen the chambers and the captives. I had seen the girl with the hawk eyes, and I knew that the balance they claimed to maintain was a lie. The woman laughed, and the sound was like glass breaking on stone. She said that the girl was a mistake that should have been corrected years ago. She moved toward the altar and reached for the gray stone. I did not try to stop her. I knew what would happen. As her fingers touched the stone, a bolt of green energy erupted from the altar. The woman was thrown backward, and she hit the wall with a sickening thud. The gray stone shattered, and the fragments flew across the room like shrapnel. The floor began to crack, and the green light poured out of the earth in a blinding torrent. I felt a hand grab my arm and pull me toward the exit. It was the girl. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and triumph. We ran out of the mausoleum just as the white stone began to crumble. The hills echoed with the sound of a subterranean roar. The ground beneath the cemetery began to heave and sink. Gravestones toppled, and trees were swallowed by the opening earth. We did not stop until we reached the edge of the woods. I looked back and saw a massive sinkhole where the mausoleum had once stood. The green light was fading into the gray light of the morning. The girl looked at me for a long moment. She did not speak, but I saw a flicker of recognition in her hawk eyes. She reached out and touched the palm of my hand. Her skin was warm and rough like the bark of an oak tree. She turned and vanished into the trees before I could say a word. I was left alone on the hillside with the sound of the wind and the sight of the rising sun. I felt a profound sense of relief. 2 of the 4 sights were gone. I returned to my car and drove back to the city. I knew that the Thorn family would be in a state of chaos. Their network was failing, and their power was being reclaimed by the earth. But I also knew that the final site, the one in the public park, would be the most difficult to reach. It was located in the heart of the city, where the population was densest. Any disruption there would be noticed by everyone. I needed a plan that would allow me to act without causing a panic. I spent the rest of the day in the library of the Historical Society. I was no longer cataloging mundane records. I was searching for the blueprints of the park. It had been built in the late 19th century on the site of an old quarry. I found the original maps and saw that the quarry had been much deeper than the current landscaping suggested. There were tunnels that had been capped and forgotten. I realized that the 3rd chamber would be located in the deepest part of the old quarry, directly beneath the central fountain. The fountain was a popular meeting spot, and it was surrounded by benches and flower beds. It was always crowded during the day. I would have to wait until the park was closed at night. I also needed another piece of the gray stone. I realized that the stone I had used was gone, and I did not know where to find another. I thought of the gardener and his cottage. He had mentioned a hidden cache of materials in his journal. I had ignored that part of the text because I had been too focused on the maps. I drove back to the valley. The journey felt longer this time because I was aware of the eyes watching me from the shadows. I reached the cottage as the sun was setting. The garden was overgrown and the house looked even more derelict than before. I went to the cellar and looked for a loose stone in the wall. I found a small compartment hidden behind a stack of rotted firewood. Inside was a wooden box lined with velvet. It contained 3 more of the gray stones. I took the stones and left the cottage. As I walked back to my car, I felt a presence behind me. I turned and saw a group of men standing in the road. They were dressed in the same sharp suits as the man at the factory. They did not move or speak. They simply stood there and watched me. I knew they were waiting for an order. I did not run. I got into my car and drove away. I could see them in my mirror standing like statues in the twilight until they faded from view. I arrived back in the city at midnight. The park was empty and the gates were locked. I climbed over the fence and made my way toward the central fountain. The water was still flowing, and the sound was a soothing contrast to the tension in my chest. I looked for an entrance to the tunnels. I found a maintenance hatch near the base of the fountain that was hidden by a thick hedge. I used a crowbar to pry it open and descended into the darkness. The tunnels were narrow and damp. I could hear the sound of the city above me, the muffled roar of buses and the distant sirens. It was a strange sensation to be so close to the mundane world while hunting for a cosmic secret. I followed the slope of the tunnel downward until I reached a large, circular room. This chamber was different from the others. It was not lined with glass panels. It was lined with mirrors. The mirrors reflected my image 1,000 times. I saw myself as a tired man, a frightened man, and a man with a purpose. In the center of the room was a large basin filled with a dark liquid that looked like oil. The liquid was swirling in a slow, hypnotic circle. I knew that this was the 3rd collection point. I took one of the gray stones from my bag and prepared to drop it into the basin. Before I could move, the mirrors began to shimmer. I saw the faces of the Thorn family looking back at me. They were not just reflections. They were projections of their collective will. They spoke in a chorus of voices that echoed in the small space. They told me that I was a parasite. They said that I was living off the scraps of their world while trying to destroy it. They offered me a choice. They said that if I stopped now, they would give me a place in their new world. They promised me wealth and knowledge, and a life without fear. I looked at the faces in the mirrors. I saw the cruelty and the hollow hunger that drove them. I saw the centuries of theft and the lives they had broken to build their glass houses. I did not want their world. I wanted the world of the hawk-eyed girl and the gray stone. I wanted a world where the earth was not a resource to be harvested, but a living presence to be respected. I dropped the stone into the basin. The liquid erupted in a fountain of black spray. The mirrors shattered and the voices turned into a chorus of screams. The room began to fill with the sound of rushing water. I realized that the basin was connected to the city water system. By disrupting the chamber, I was releasing the energy into the pipes. I scrambled back up the tunnel as the water rose around my ankles. I reached the maintenance hatch and pulled myself out onto the grass. I stood by the fountain and watched as the water turned a brilliant shade of blue. It was the color of the sky at midday. The fountain began to spray the blue water high into the air. People who were walking near the park stopped and stared. They did not know what was happening, but they could feel the change in the air. The energy was no longer being siphoned. It was being distributed. It was being given back to the city. I walked away from the park and felt a sense of completion. 3 sites were gone. Only the Thorn estate remained. I knew that the final confrontation would be at the heart of the vein. I knew that the Thorn family would be waiting for me with everything they had. But I also knew that I was no longer just a man. I was a part of the earth, and the earth was waking up. I went back to my apartment and slept. I did not dream of shadows. I dreamed of the mountains and the deep green light. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of birds singing in the trees outside my window. It was a sound I had not noticed in a long time. I looked at the remaining 2 gray stones on my table. I knew that tonight I would return to the valley for the last time. I would go to the Thorn estate and I would finish what I had started. I was not afraid. I was ready. I spent the day preparing. I wrote a final entry in my journal, not as a record of horror, but as a testament to the truth. I left the journal on my desk where it could be found. As the sun began to set, I drove out of the city. The road was familiar now, and the landmarks felt like old friends. I reached the gates of the Thorn estate and found them standing wide open. There were no guards and no lights in the windows. The glass houses looked like empty shells in the twilight. I drove up the long driveway and parked in front of the main mansion. The silence was heavy and expectant. I stepped out of the car and felt the pulse of the vein beneath my feet. It was stronger here than anywhere else. It was a rhythmic thumping like the heart of a giant. I took the 2 gray stones and walked toward the entrance of the house. I knew that the story was coming to an end, and I was the one who would write the final sentence. The darkness was waiting, but the light was in my hand. I pushed through the heavy oak doors of the mansion and found myself in a foyer that felt more like a cathedral than a home. The floor was made of polished obsidian that reflected the moonlight streaming through the high arched windows. There were no servants and no security guards. The silence was so profound that it seemed to have a weight of its own pressing against my chest. I could feel the 2 gray stones in my pocket vibrating in unison with the deep thrumming of the earth. The Thorn family had retreated to the core of their power, and I was being led there by the very energy they had tried to cage. I followed the sound of the heartbeat. It grew louder as I moved toward the back of the house, where a spiral staircase descended into the foundations. The walls here were not made of wood or plaster, but of raw bedrock that had been smoothed and polished. The air grew warmer and smelled of ozone and ancient rain. I reached the bottom of the stairs and found a hallway lined with rows of glass jars. Each jar contained a single flickering spark of light. I realized these were the remnants of the energy siphoned from the valley over the last century. They were stored like trophies or batteries waiting to be consumed. I did not stop to examine them. I knew the source was further ahead. The hallway opened into a vast underground amphitheater. In the center of the room stood a massive column of translucent crystal that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. Inside the crystal, a torrent of liquid light was swirling with violent intensity. It was the primary artery of the vein, and it looked like a trapped lightning storm. Around the base of the column stood the remaining members of the Thorn family. There were 7 of them, including the woman with silver hair I had encountered at the cemetery. They were holding hands in a circle, and their eyes were closed in a state of deep meditation. The silver-haired woman opened her eyes as I entered. She did not look angry or afraid. She looked weary. She told me that I had arrived at the moment of the great transition. She explained that the destruction of the other 3 sites had forced all the remaining energy into this single pillar. She said that if the column was breached without their guidance, the resulting explosion would level the city and poison the land for 1,000 years. She invited me to join the circle. She said that my connection to the stones made me a natural conduit, and that together we could stabilize the flow and usher in a new era of human evolution. I looked at the others in the circle. Their faces were pale, and their bodies seemed to be fading at the edges, as if they were becoming part of the machine they had built. I could see the truth behind her words. They were not managing the earth anymore. They were being consumed by it. The siphoning process had become a cycle of addiction, and they could not let go because there was nothing left of them to survive on its own. I told her that I would rather see the city in ruins than see it fueled by the slow death of the world. I told her that the earth was strong enough to heal itself if we simply stopped trying to own it. I took the first gray stone from my pocket. The woman screamed a warning and the circle broke. The members of the Thorn family fell to the floor as the connection was severed. The crystal column began to groan and hairline fractures appeared on its surface. I stepped toward the base of the structure. The heat was becoming unbearable, and the light was so bright that I had to squint to see. I could feel the electricity dancing on my skin, and the hair on my arms stood on end. I knew that I only had a few seconds before the pressure became too great. I reached out to place the stone against the crystal. Before I could make contact, a hand gripped my wrist. It was the man in the gray suit from the factory. His face was scarred from the previous explosion, and his eyes were bloodshot. He did not speak, but his grip was like an iron vice. He tried to twist the stone out of my hand. We struggled on the floor of the amphitheater while the world around us began to dissolve into white light. I could hear the silver-haired woman chanting in a language that sounded like grinding stones. She was trying to pull the energy back into herself to become a living vessel for the vein. I used my free hand to reach for the second stone. The man saw what I was doing and lunged for my throat. We tumbled across the obsidian floor toward the edge of the crystal pillar. I could feel the raw power of the earth surging through the floorboards. It felt like 1,000 voices screaming for release. I managed to kick the man away and scrambled to my feet. I did not hesitate. I threw both stones at the base of the crystal column. The impact was silent. For a heartbeat, the entire room was frozen in a vacuum of sound. Then the crystal shattered. It did not break into shards, but turned into a fine mist of light that filled the chamber. The liquid energy erupted upward like a geyser, and the ceiling of the mansion began to collapse. I saw the Thorn family being swept away by the torrent of light. They did not look like people anymore, but like shadows being erased by the sun. The man in the gray suit vanished into the mist, and I was left standing alone in the center of the storm. I felt a sudden calm. The heat vanished and was replaced by a cool breeze that smelled of clover and mountain air. The light did not burn me. It flowed around me like water in a stream. I closed my eyes and let the energy wash over me. I felt the heartbeat of the valley and the pulse of the city. I felt the roots of the trees and the movement of the tides. I realized that the stones had not been weapons of destruction but keys. They had unlocked the cage, and the earth was finally breathing out. When I opened my eyes, the mansion was gone. I was standing in a wide clearing on the hillside. The sun was rising over the horizon, and the sky was a clear pale blue. There was no sign of the obsidian floor or the crystal column. The only thing that remained was a circle of ancient standing stones that had been hidden beneath the house for centuries. The rubble of the Thorn estate lay scattered around the perimeter like the bones of a forgotten animal. The forest was already beginning to reclaim the space, and small green shoots were pushing through the cracked stone. I walked toward the edge of the clearing and saw the hawk-eyed girl sitting on a fallen log. She looked at me and smiled for the first time. She stood up and pointed toward the valley below. The city was still there, but it looked different in the morning light. The smog had cleared, and the buildings seemed to glow with a soft inner radiance. I knew that the people waking up in those houses would feel a new sense of clarity and a strange, unexplainable joy. The poison had been drained, and the life of the land was flowing through the streets once more. The girl walked toward me and handed me a small piece of the gray stone. It was the only fragment that remained. She pressed it into my palm and then turned to walk into the deep woods. I did not follow her. I knew that she belonged to the wild places and that my work was in the world of men. I had been a cataloger of the past, but now I was a witness to the future. I looked down at the stone in my hand and felt its warmth. It was no longer heavy with silence. It was humming with the song of a world that had been reborn. I began the long walk down the hill toward my car. My body was sore and my clothes were torn, but I felt lighter than I had ever felt in my life. I knew that there would be questions. The disappearance of the Thorn family and the destruction of their estate would be a mystery that the authorities would never solve. They would look for arson or structural failure, but they would never find the truth. The truth was buried in the roots of the trees and the flow of the river. I reached the road and found my old car waiting for me. I sat in the driver's seat and looked at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes looked different. They were no longer the eyes of a man who lived in the shadows. They were bright and clear and full of the morning sun. I started the engine and drove toward the city. I had a lot of work to do. The records in the library needed to be updated, and the story of the valley needed to be told in a way that people would understand. As I drove past the cemetery, I saw that the sinkhole had been filled with fresh water. It was now a small pond reflecting the sky. The marble angels and granite obelisks were still there, but they no longer looked like sentinels of a dark secret. They looked like markers of a history that had finally been laid to rest. I felt a deep sense of peace. The balance had been restored, and the earth was no longer a resource to be harvested. It was a partner in the dance of existence. I arrived at my apartment and found the door unlocked just as I had left it. I walked inside and saw the leather-bound book on the table. The symbols on the pages were no longer pulsing. They were just ink on paper. The power they contained had been released, and the book was now just a relic of a time that was over. I picked up my pen and began to write the final entry in my journal. I wrote about the light and the wind and the feeling of the earth waking up under my feet. I wrote about Silas and the gardener and the girl who lived in the woods. I wrote about the Thorn family and the high price of greed. I wanted to make sure that if anyone ever found these pages, they would know that the world is much older and much deeper than it appears. I wanted them to know that we are never truly alone, and that the ground beneath us is alive and watching. I finished the last sentence and closed the book. I stood by the window and watched the people walking on the sidewalk below. They were going to work and buying coffee and living their lives in the new light. They did not know that a war had been fought in the shadows of their city. They did not know that they had been saved by a man with a gray stone and a girl with hawk eyes. And that was how it should be. The earth does not ask for thanks, and the light does not require an audience. I took the small fragment of the gray stone and placed it on the mantelpiece next to the clock. It would stay there as a reminder of what had happened and a promise for what was to come. I felt a sudden surge of energy in my limbs and realized that the exhaustion had finally vanished. I was ready to start my day. I was ready to live in a world that was no longer siphoned. I walked out of my room and down the stairs into the bright, busy streets of the city. The air was fresh and the sun was warm, and for the first time in a very long time, I was not afraid of the dark. The transition from the city to the quiet of my apartment felt like crossing a border between two different realities. I sat at my desk and looked at the fragment of the stone. It was no longer a heavy burden or a source of terror. It was a witness. I realized that the work of the Thorn family had been a long winter, and I had been the first crack of spring. I did not feel like a hero. I felt like a man who had finally opened a window in a room that had been sealed for a century. I looked at the leather-bound journal and knew that the story I had written was only the beginning of a larger history. I decided that I could not stay in the city. The pulse of the streets was different now, but my own heart was still tuned to the frequency of the valley. I needed to see the place where the energy had originated. I needed to see the land without the shadow of the glass houses. I packed a small bag with only the essentials. I took the journal and the fragment of the stone and a few changes of clothes. I did not take my phone or my laptop. Those tools belonged to the world of siphoning and static. I walked down to my car and began the drive back toward the mountains. The traffic was light, and the drivers seemed more patient than usual. There was a lack of urgency in the air that felt like a collective sigh of relief. I drove past the outskirts of the city and watched the concrete give way to the green of the rolling hills. The color of the trees was more vibrant than I remembered. It was as if a layer of dust had been washed away by a heavy rain. As I approached the turnoff for the Thorn estate, I felt a brief moment of hesitation. I wondered if the ghosts of the past still lingered in the clearing. I wondered if the man in the gray suit or the silver-haired woman had left any trace of their hunger behind. I turned the steering wheel and followed the winding road up the hillside. The gates were still open, but they were now overgrown with fast-moving vines. The metal was rusting at an impossible rate. It was as if the earth was actively digesting the remains of the prison that had held it. I reached the top of the hill and stopped the car. The clearing was silent except for the sound of the wind through the pines. The ruins of the mansion were already being swallowed by the earth. I walked toward the circle of standing stones. They were tall and gray and covered in ancient lichen. I could see the faint outlines of carvings on their surfaces. They were not the jagged symbols of the Thorn family. They were soft curves and spirals that mirrored the flow of water and the growth of ferns. I realized that these stones had been here long before the first Thorn had ever set foot in the valley. They were the original guardians of the vein. I sat in the center of the circle and closed my eyes. I did not try to reach out or summon any power. I simply sat and listened. I could hear the movement of water deep beneath the ground. It was not the frantic rushing of the pipes or the roar of the fountain. It was a slow and steady heartbeat. It was the sound of the earth renewing itself. I felt a presence beside me. I did not need to open my eyes to know it was the hawk-eyed girl. She did not speak, but I could feel her approval. She was a part of this place just as the stones and the water were a part of it. She was the memory of the land made flesh. I spent the night in the clearing. I did not feel cold or afraid. I felt as if I was being cradled by something vast and ancient. I dreamed of the time before the cities. I saw the valley as it had been thousands of years ago. I saw people who lived in harmony with the vein. They did not try to trap the energy or use it to power machines. They used it to heal and to grow and to understand the mysteries of the stars. They knew that they were guests on the earth, and they treated the land with the respect it deserved. I woke up at dawn and saw the mist rising from the valley floor. It looked like a sea of silver. I knew then what I had to do. I could not go back to my old life as a cataloger of dead things. I had been given a glimpse of the living truth, and I could not ignore it. I walked back to my car and drove down into the small town at the base of the mountain. I found a small cottage for rent on the edge of the woods. It was simple and honest, with a stone fireplace and a view of the peaks. I used the last of my savings to pay for a year of rent. The landlord was an old man with hands that smelled of cedar and soil. He looked at me with knowing eyes and told me that the mountain had been waiting for someone like me to return. I spent the following weeks clearing the brush from around the cottage and planting a garden. I grew vegetables and herbs and flowers that attracted the bees and the birds. I found that my hands were good at working the soil. The fragment of the gray stone sat on my windowsill and caught the light of the setting sun every evening. I continued to write in my journal, but the entries were no longer about fear or shadows. They were about the way the light hit the leaves in the morning and the sound of the creek after a storm. I was learning a new language. It was the language of the earth. Sometimes I would see the hawk-eyed girl at the edge of the woods. She never came close to the cottage, but she would watch me from the shadows of the oaks. I would leave a small offering for her on a flat rock by the stream. Sometimes it was a piece of fruit or a bright feather or a smooth pebble. She would leave something in return, a sprig of wild mint or a piece of shed deer antler or a handful of mountain berries. We were two beings sharing a border, and there was a deep peace in our silence. I knew that she was the protector of the high places, and I was the bridge to the world below. The city felt like a distant memory. I heard news of it occasionally when I went into town for supplies. People spoke of the great change. They talked about how the air had cleared and how the water tasted better than it ever had. They mentioned that the Thorne family had disappeared and that their business empire had collapsed into a tangle of legal disputes and bankruptcy. No one knew where they had gone. Some people said they had fled to a foreign country with their remaining wealth. Others said they had been involved in a secret project that had gone wrong. I listened to the stories and said nothing. The truth was far stranger than any rumor. One afternoon, a young woman came to my door. She was carrying a camera and a notebook. She told me she was a journalist from the city, and she was writing a story about the mysterious events at the Thorne estate. She said she had found my name in the old library records, and that I was the last person to have seen the site before the disappearance. She asked me if I knew what had happened. I invited her in and gave her a cup of herbal tea. I looked at her eager face and her sharp eyes. I saw the same hunger for knowledge that had once driven me. I told her that some things are better left as mysteries. I told her that the Thorne family had tried to own something that could not be owned and that the earth had simply reclaimed what belonged to it. She looked disappointed. She wanted facts and figures and names. She wanted a scandal she could sell to the public. I showed her the fragment of the gray stone on the windowsill. I told her to hold it. She reached out and touched the stone, and for a moment her eyes widened. She felt the warmth and the vibration. She felt the echo of the heartbeat. She looked at me with a new expression. It was not curiosity, it was awe. She left shortly after that. She did not ask any more questions. I watched her drive away and knew that she would not write the story she had planned. She would write something different. She would write about the beauty of the valley and the importance of preserving the wild places. She would write about the feeling of the sun on the skin and the sound of the wind in the trees. She would become a different kind of messenger. I felt a sense of satisfaction. The light was spreading one person at a time. As the months turned into a year, I felt myself becoming a part of the mountain. My skin grew tan and my muscles grew strong. My mind was clear and my heart was steady. I no longer had the nightmares of the dark liquid or the shattering mirrors. I dreamed of the green light and the soaring hawks. I realized that the siphoning had not just been a physical process. It had been a spiritual one. The Thorn family had been siphoning the joy and the wonder out of the world, and by stopping them, I had allowed those things to return. I went back to the standing stones on the anniversary of the destruction of the mansion. The clearing was now a lush meadow filled with wildflowers. The ruins of the house were almost completely gone, covered by a thick carpet of moss and ivy. I sat in the center of the circle and felt the pulse of the vein. It was strong and healthy. It was no longer a trapped storm, but a flowing river. I took the fragment of the gray stone from my pocket and placed it on the central altar stone. It fit perfectly into a small indentation that I had not noticed before. The stone glowed with a soft white light. I felt a surge of warmth through my body. I heard a voice in my mind that was not a voice at all. It was a feeling of gratitude. It was the earth saying thank you. I realized that I had completed my journey. I had been the catalyst for the healing, and now I was a part of the result. I stood up and looked out over the valley. The sun was setting and the sky was a riot of purple and gold. I saw the lights of the city beginning to twinkle in the distance, but they no longer looked like cold sparks. They looked like a reflection of the stars. I walked down the mountain toward my cottage. I knew that there would be challenges ahead. The world was still full of greed and those who would seek to exploit the land. But I also knew that the earth was awake now. It would no longer submit to the cages and the pipes. It had found its voice and it had found its allies. I was one of those allies, and I would spend the rest of my days protecting the secret of the vein. I reached my door and saw the hawk-eyed girl standing in the garden. She held out a single white flower. I took it from her and smiled. We stood together in the twilight, two guardians of a world that had finally learned how to breathe. The seasons continued to turn, and each one brought a new understanding of the balance. In the winter, I watched the snow blanket the valley in a silence that was not empty but full of potential. The vein beneath the frost remained warm, and I could see the steam rising from the hidden springs in the woods. I spent the long nights reading by the fire and adding to my journal. I began to write a guide for those who might come after me. I wrote about how to listen to the stones and how to read the patterns in the water. I wrote about the responsibility of being a witness. I knew that the knowledge must be preserved, but it must also be protected. It was a delicate flame that could either light the way or burn the world. In the spring, the valley erupted in a symphony of life. The birds returned with songs that seemed more complex and joyful than before. The deer moved through the forest with a grace that suggested they were no longer afraid of what lurked in the shadows. I found that the plants in my garden grew with an intensity that was almost magical. The soil was rich with the energy of the vein, and everything I touched seemed to flourish. I became known in the town as a man with a green thumb, and people would come to me for advice on their own gardens. I gave them seeds and taught them how to talk to the earth. I did not tell them about the stones or the Thorn family. I simply taught them how to love the land. One day, a group of surveyors arrived in the valley. They were working for a large corporation that wanted to build a luxury resort on the hillside. They had maps and instruments, and they spoke of progress and economic growth. I met them at the edge of the woods. I did not yell or threaten them. I simply stood my ground and told them that this land was not for sale. They laughed and told me that they had the legal right to be there. They began to set up their equipment, but something strange happened. Their compasses spun wildly, and their electronic levels refused to function. The ground beneath their feet seemed to vibrate with a low, angry hum. They tried to persist, but the mountain would not allow it. A sudden storm rolled in from the peaks with wind so fierce it blew over their tents. The trees seemed to lean in toward them, and the shadows of the woods grew long and menacing even in the middle of the day. The surveyors became frightened. They felt a presence that they could not explain, and they saw eyes watching them from the thickets. By the next morning, they had packed up their gear and fled. They told their employers that the site was geologically unstable and haunted by atmospheric anomalies. The project was abandoned, and the valley remained wild. I knew that it was the work of the girl and the stones. We were the silent sentinels, and we would not let the siphoning begin again. I felt a deep bond with the mountain that went beyond words. I was no longer just an observer. I was a participant in the life of the earth. I realized that the Thorn family had failed because they tried to take without giving. They tried to be masters instead of partners. I had learned that the true power lies in the relationship between the human spirit and the natural world. It is a dance of mutual respect and shared energy. As I grow older, I see the changes in the world. The city is still there, but it is evolving. There are more parks and more green spaces. People are starting to look up from their screens and notice the beauty of the clouds. There is a movement toward a simpler way of living that values quality over quantity. The lessons of the valley are slowly filtering out into the wider world. I do not know if I will live to see the full restoration of the earth, but I know that the process has begun. The crack in the glass has become a doorway, and the light is pouring in. I sit on my porch as the sun goes down and feel the fragment of the stone in my pocket. It is my anchor and my compass. I look at the mountains and see the deep green light beginning to pulse in the twilight. It is a beautiful sight. It is the color of hope and the color of life. I pick up my pen and write the final entry in my journal. I write that the darkness is not something to be feared, but a place where the seeds of the future are planted. I write that the light is not something to be captured, but a gift to be shared. I close the book and set it on the table. My work is done. The story is told. The earth is awake and I am at peace. The peace of the cottage was deep, but it was not the end of the journey. I woke one morning to a different kind of silence. The birds were not singing, and the wind had stopped its usual rustling through the pine needles. I stepped out onto the porch and felt a familiar prickle at the back of my neck. It was not the heavy dread of the Thorn estate, but a sharp tension like a wire pulled tight across the horizon. I looked toward the mountains and saw a smudge of gray smoke rising from a ridge where no one lived. It was not the white vapor of a wood fire or the hazy mist of the morning. It was thick and oily, and it smelled of scorched metal and old copper. I knew the girl would be waiting for me. I did not go back inside for my boots or a coat. I walked toward the tree line with the fragment of the stone held firmly in my palm. The woods felt different. The trees seemed to be pulling their branches inward, and the moss under my feet was dry and brittle. As I climbed the higher slopes, the air became thin and bitter. I reached the ridge and looked down into a hidden hollow that I had never explored. There I saw the source of the smoke. A small group of men in heavy canvas suits were operating a machine that looked like a jagged tooth driven into the side of the mountain. It was a drill, but it was not seeking water or oil. It was humming with a low frequency that made my teeth ache. They were siphoning again. These were not the elegant aristocrats of the Thorn family. These were scavengers. They had found the blueprints or the records that had leaked out during the collapse of the Thorn Empire. They were trying to tap into the vein before it could fully heal. The machine was crude and violent. It shuddered as it bit into the rock, and I could see sparks of green light flying off the metal casing. The earth was screaming. I could feel the vibration through the soles of my feet. It was a desperate rhythmic thumping that signaled a wound being reopened. The hawk-eyed girl appeared beside a jagged rock. Her face was pale and her eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and fury. She looked at me and then at the machine. She did not have to say a word. The balance was being threatened by a new kind of hunger. This was the hunger of the desperate and the greedy who did not care for the long winter or the coming spring. They only wanted the power that they could hold in their hands right now. I felt a surge of protective rage. This valley was my home, and these stones were my kin. I would not let them bleed the land again. I began to walk down the slope toward the hollow. The men did not see me at first. They were focused on a small screen that showed the density of the rock beneath them. As I got closer, the hum of the machine grew louder until it was a roar in my ears. One of the men looked up and shouted a warning. He reached for a heavy wrench and stepped toward me. I did not stop. I held the stone fragment out in front of me. It began to pulse with a light that was no longer soft and white. It was a fierce, burning gold. The air around the stone began to shimmer and warp. The man stopped in his tracks. He dropped the wrench and backed away. He saw the light in my eyes and the way the shadows behind me seemed to stretch and grow. I reached the machine and placed the stone fragment against the vibrating metal. The effect was instantaneous. A surge of energy flowed from the earth through the stone and into the gears of the drill. There was a sound like a thunderclap. The machine buckled and groaned. The metal began to glow cherry red, and then it shattered into 1,000 pieces of shrapnel. The men scrambled for cover as the engine died with a final wheezing gasp. The silence that followed was absolute. The smoke cleared and the air began to taste sweet again. The men did not stay to argue or fight. They saw the mountain itself rising up behind me in the form of the girl and the darkening sky. They gathered their tools and fled toward the valley floor, leaving their broken machine behind like a rusted carcass. I stood over the ruin and felt the earth settle. The wound was shallow and it would heal. I looked at the stone fragment in my hand. It was cracked now, and the light had faded to a dull ember. I had used its remaining strength to strike the blow. I spent the rest of the day dismantling what was left of the site. I threw the pieces of the machine into a deep crevasse and covered the drill site with heavy stones. I worked until my hands bled and my back ached, but I did not feel tired. I felt a sense of clarity. The Thorn family was gone, but the idea of the siphon was a shadow that would always follow the light. There would always be those who sought the shortcut and the stolen power. My role was not just to witness the healing, but to defend the process. I was a gardener who also had to be a wall. When I returned to my cottage, the sun was gone and the stars were out in their millions. I sat on the porch and watched the moon rise over the ridge. The girl was there sitting on the top step. She reached out and touched my hand. Her skin was cool like the surface of a river stone. For the first time she spoke. Her voice was not a sound but a resonance that echoed in my chest. She told me that the vein was deep and that it would survive. She told me that the ancestors were watching and that they were pleased. She told me that the time of the great siphoning was over, but the time of the great tending had begun. She stood up and walked into the shadows of the oaks, and I knew I would not see her again for a long time. She was returning to the high places to rest. I went inside and lit a single candle. I opened my journal to a fresh page. I did not write about the machine or the men or the fight. I wrote about the way the earth felt when it was safe. I wrote about the responsibility of the living to the silent and the ancient. I realized that my life in the city was truly dead and buried. I was a citizen of the mountain now. The weeks that followed were quiet and productive. I repaired the damage to the upper slope by planting hardy shrubs and spreading rich compost. I watched the scars fade until only a careful observer could tell that anything had happened. The townspeople noticed a change in me. I was more reserved but also more present. I moved with a deliberate slowness that mirrored the cycles of the seasons. I began to understand that time was not a line but a circle. The past was always beneath us, and the future was always rising through the roots. I received a letter in the mail from an old colleague in the city. He wrote that the library where I had worked was being renovated and that they had found a hidden chamber behind the shelves of the Thorn collection. He asked if I knew anything about it. I burned the letter in the fireplace. Some secrets are meant to stay hidden in the dark. The world did not need to know about the maps or the formulas or the history of the siphoning. They needed to know how to plant a tree and how to listen to the wind. They needed to find their own connection to the vein without the interference of the gray stones. As autumn approached, the colors of the valley became so intense they seemed to vibrate. The maples were a fire of orange and red, and the oaks were a deep, steady brown. I felt a sense of completion. I had done what I was sent to do. I had broken the cycle of the thorn family, and I had protected the mountain from the scavengers. I looked at the fragment of the stone on my windowsill. It was now just a piece of gray rock. The energy had returned to the source. It was no longer a tool or a weapon. It was a souvenir of a war that had been won in the shadows. I walked down to the stream and sat on the flat rock where I used to leave offerings. I did not have anything to give today except my own presence. I watched the water flow over the pebbles and thought about the millions of years it had taken to carve this path. I thought about the people who had lived here before the first stone was ever carved, and the people who would live here long after I was gone. I felt small and insignificant, and it was the most wonderful feeling I had ever known. I was a part of something that did not need me but allowed me to exist. The sun began to set, casting long golden shadows across the water. I stood up and stretched my limbs. I felt the strength of the earth in my bones and the clarity of the sky in my mind. I walked back toward my cottage and saw a light in the window. It was not a candle or a lamp. It was the reflection of the setting sun hitting the glass. It looked like a beacon. I realized that I was no longer a man who was hiding from the world. I was a man who was holding a space for the light. I sat at my desk and looked at the journal. It was nearly full. The story of the Thorn family was a small chapter in a much larger book. I decided that I would leave the journal in the cottage when I was gone. I would leave it for the next person who felt the call of the mountain. I would leave it as a map and a warning. I would tell them that the world is alive and that it is watching. I would tell them that the greatest power is not the power to take, but the power to belong. I closed the eyes and listened to the heartbeat of the land. It was steady and strong. The siphoning was a memory, and the static was gone. There was only the breath of the trees and the movement of the water and the silence of the stones. I was a cataloger of living things now, and my work was just beginning. I felt a deep and lasting peace. The winter would come and the snow would fall and the vein would remain warm beneath the earth. The spring would return and the flowers would bloom and the light would continue to spread. I was exactly where I was meant to be. The final days of the year brought a clarity that I had never experienced. The air was so crisp it felt like drinking cold water from a mountain spring. I spent my time preparing the cottage for the deep freeze. I stacked wood against the outer wall and insulated the windows with thick wool curtains. I felt a sense of satisfaction in the physical work. It was a way of honoring the body and the land that supported it. I was no longer a man of paper and ink. I was a man of wood and stone. One evening, as I was stoking the fire, I heard a soft knock at the door. I did not feel any alarm. I opened it to find an old woman standing there. She was wearing a heavy cloak and carrying a woven basket. Her face was a map of wrinkles, and her eyes were the color of the deep woods. She did not say who she was, but I knew she was from one of the old families who lived in the high valleys. She handed me the basket. Inside were jars of honey and loaves of dark bread, and a bundle of dried herbs. She looked at me for a long time, and then she nodded. She said that the mountain was breathing easier now. She said that the fever had broken. She thanked me for my part in the healing, and then she turned and walked back into the darkness. I did not ask her name or where she was going. I knew that she was a part of the network of guardians that had existed long before I arrived. I was not alone in my vigil. There were others who watched and waited and tended the secret places of the earth. I ate the bread and the honey and felt the warmth of the mountain in my blood. I felt a connection to the generations of people who had lived in harmony with the vein. I realized that the Thorn family had been an anomaly, a brief and terrible storm in a long and peaceful history. The earth had a way of correcting itself, and I had been the instrument of that correction. I felt a humble pride in that realization. I had been chosen not because I was strong or wise, but because I was willing to see the truth. As the first snow began to fall, I sat on my porch and watched the flakes dance in the air. They were like the white sparks from the stone, but they were cold and gentle. I felt the weight of the year lifting off my shoulders. I had traveled from the heart of the city to the heart of the mountain, and I had found my soul along the way. I was no longer afraid of the shadows or the silence. I knew that they were just the other side of the light. I was a part of the mountain, and the mountain was a part of me. I looked out at the valley and saw the lights of the town. They looked different now. They did not look like the hungry eyes of a predator. They looked like the hearth fires of a community that was learning how to live again. I knew that there would be more stories to tell and more challenges to face, but I was ready for them. I had the strength of the stones and the wisdom of the water. I had the memory of the light. I went inside and closed the door against the cold. I was home. The winter deepened until the world was a blanket of pure white. I stood by the frozen stream and watched the frost form patterns on the dormant stones. The girl appeared one last time at the edge of the clearing. She gave a small nod of farewell and vanished into the mist. I knew the cycle of the siphon was broken forever. The greed of the thorn lineage had dissolved into the soil. I returned to my desk and placed the final period on the last page. The mountain was silent and the air was still. I was finally whole.